Somewhere between your daily roles and your late-night thoughts lies a quieter question: what is really going on inside you? Not just in your moods or habits, not only in your diagnoses or labels, but at that depth where fear and desire, memory and myth all meet and speak a language you only half understand. This is the depth Carl Gustav Jung devoted his life to. For him, the human psyche was not a machine to be fixed, or just a bundle of repressed wishes. It was a living, symbolic reality, a creative process unfolding through dreams, images, and strange coincidences that seem charged with meaning. On this journey, we will follow the rough outline of Jung's map, not as a doctrine, but as a set of guiding images for our own reflection. We begin at the surface with the conscious self that says, I, and the persona, the mask you wear to move through the world. These are the parts of you that try to be acceptable, effective, and safe. Yet for Jung, this visible self is only a thin skin stretched over a much deeper interior. Beneath it lies the personal unconscious, forgotten memories, disowned feelings, and all the experiences that did not fit the story you tell about who you are. Deeper still, Jung proposed, is a more mysterious layer, the collective unconscious, a shared, psychic ground in which universal patterns of experience live. He called these patterns archetypes: the hero, the mother, the shadow, the trickster, the inner feminine and inner masculine, and many others. They appear in myths and religions, but also in your private fantasies and dreams. In Jung's view, they are not just cultural decorations. They are how the psyche itself tries to guide, warn, and transform you. For Jung, inner work was never only about becoming, well, adjusted. It was about individuation, the slow, often uncomfortable process of becoming more nearly who you are meant to be, rather than merely what the world asks you to be. He also sensed a danger here, when a person has no living relationship to their own depths, no dialogue with shadow, desire, or fear, they become vulnerable to outer powers. Then mass movements, ideologies, and leaders can take the place of an inner center, and the unacknowledged unconscious erupts on the stage of politics and history. Along our path, we will question Jung, not worship him. Some of his views are troubling, and many are open to challenge. Yet his vision opens a space in which you can ask, more honestly, what is shaping my feelings, my choices, my loyalties? Where do my dreams and resistances come from? As you listen, you are invited not just to learn about a psychological system, but to watch, quietly, patiently, how a human soul struggles toward wholeness. And perhaps, as we walk this path with Jung as a companion, you may begin to sense more clearly the patterns quietly moving within your own life. Part 1. The layered structure of the unconscious. Beneath ordinary awareness, Jung imagined the psyche as a kind of landscape with depth, not a flat screen of thoughts, but a series of layers, each with its own climate, its own inhabitants, its own way of speaking. In the introduction, we touched on the conscious self that says I, and the persona that helps you move through the world. Jung saw that as only the surface, like the thin topsoil of a field. Beneath it, out of sight, lies a far thicker and older ground. To understand what he meant by the unconscious, we need to move slowly downward, noticing how the quality of experience shifts as we go. At the very edge of consciousness is a borderland. You know this region from daily life. You try to remember a name and cannot. Hours later, while washing dishes or stepping into the shower, it simply appears. You were not consciously searching for it anymore, yet something in you kept working. That quiet activity, just outside the spotlight of attention, is already a sign that the psyche is larger than the part that says I. Just beneath this border lies what Jung called the personal unconscious. This is the layer composed of your own forgotten experiences, your unprocessed emotions, the parts of your history that did not find a place in your official story. Some of this material is simply overlooked days you no longer remember, faces you passed in a crowd. But some of it is pushed away because it was too painful, too confusing, or too disruptive to your self-image at the time. You notice this layer when your reactions do not match the situation. A casual remark lands like an insult. An ordinary disappointment feels like a catastrophe. A certain tone of voice, a certain smell, suddenly fills you with dread or longing, and you do not quite know why. On the surface, you are responding to the present moment. But in the depths, something old has been touched. A cluster of memories, feelings, and images organizes itself into what Jung called a complex, a kind of emotional knot with its own charge, its own point of view. In these moments, you can feel as if another, younger or more wounded part of you has taken the wheel for a while. You might look back and ask yourself, almost in disbelief, why did I say that? Why did I overreact like that? For Jung, these lapses were not random. They were expressions of the layered unconscious, surfacing through slips of the tongue, sudden moods, and the strange logic of dreams. If we descend still further, we reach a stranger terrain. Here the contents are no longer only personal. People who have never studied mythology dream of ancient gods and goddesses. Patients in modern cities have visions that resemble symbols from distant cultures or forgotten texts. A scientist, on the brink of discovery, dreams of being led through a temple. Even a child who has never heard of dragons invents a detailed dragon story, complete with horde and hero. These examples hint at a deeper, shared layer. To describe this depth, Jung proposed the idea of a collective unconscious. By this he did not mean a shared bank of specific memories, as if you could somehow remember the wedding of a distant ancestor. Rather, he imagined an inherited layer of psychic potential, universal patterns, predispositions, and images that shape how humans, as a species, tend to experience life. The personal unconscious, then, is like your individual notebook, full of pages written in your own hand with your own episodes and secrets. The collective unconscious is more like the underlying language you and others were born into. You did not invent its grammar. You found yourself already speaking it. In Jung's imagery, the personal unconscious is a shallow sea close to shore, stirred by the weather of your biography. The collective unconscious is the deep ocean beneath, with ancient currents and creatures that do not depend on your individual story to exist. One of the ways this deeper layer shows itself is through what Jung called big dreams. These are the dreams that do not feel like random leftovers of the day, but like encounters with something larger. Their images have a mythic or religious quality, journeys underground, deaths and rebirths, wise guides, monstrous adversaries, sacred trees, radiant cities. Long after you forget countless smaller dreams, these tend to stay with you. They feel, in some vague way, as if they are trying to tell you not only about your personal life, but about your place in a larger pattern. The layered structure of the unconscious also becomes visible in times of crisis. When an old way of living collapses, people may find themselves drawn into motifs that echo initiation rites, pilgrimages, or underworld descents. Depression can be experienced not only as an illness, but as a symbolic winter in which the old leaves fall and the seeds of a different life lie dormant. This does not romanticize suffering. It simply means that, for Jung, even our darkest experiences participate in age-old patterns that the deep psyche seems to know. Of course, it is possible to challenge this picture. One can argue that similar stories and symbols arise around the world because human beings have similar bodies, similar needs, and often face similar dangers. The brain, shaped by evolution, might simply be predisposed to generate certain narratives. Jung himself did not deny this. But he insisted that, however we explain it, there is a dimension of our inner life that feels older and more objective than our individual biography, a layer where we are less private individuals and more expressions of a wider human story. It can be tempting either to take these layers as literal metaphysical truths or to dismiss them as poetic inventions. Jung's map asks for a different stance. It invites you to take your own experience seriously enough to notice that not all thoughts and feelings come from the same depth. A forgotten appointment, a sudden wave of shame, and a dream in which you stand before a vast, luminous mandala are all unconscious material. Yet they do not feel as if they belong to the same layer. To live with this layered unconscious is less about mastering a theory and more about cultivating a respectful curiosity toward the movements within you. When a strong reaction arises, you might ask, is this simply about today, or has some older complex been touched? When a dream comes with unusual force, you might wonder, am I being drawn into a pattern that many before me have known, perhaps under different names? In this way, the unconscious ceases to be a vague, threatening abyss and becomes a structured, if mysterious, interior world. From this perspective, symptoms and moods are not merely problems to be eliminated. They can be messages from those deeper layers, awkward attempts by the psyche to balance what has become too one-sided on the surface. The task is not to romanticize every disturbance, but to listen for the meaning that might be hidden in it. At the deepest level of Jung's model, the collective unconscious holds what he called archetypes, the universal patterns that shape our images of hero and villain, lover and guide, shadow and light. In the next part, we will step more carefully into that terrain, asking what these archetypes are, how they appear, and why they seem to move through our lives whether we believe in them or not. Part 2. Universal patterns, the nature of archetypes. Across cultures and centuries, human beings keep telling the same kinds of stories. A child is abandoned and somehow survives. A hero sets out, is tested, nearly destroyed, and returns transformed. A wise, elderly figure appears at a critical moment, with a gift or a word of guidance. A dangerous, seductive presence lures people away from their duties. A trickster causes chaos, but also shakes things loose so that something new can emerge. These recurring plots and characters fascinated Jung. He noticed them not only in myths and religions, but in the dreams and fantasies of his patients. People who had never read a single classical myth would dream in images that echoed ancient tales. Over time, he began to see these repetitions as signs of something structural in the psyche. He called that structural element the archetype. An archetype, in Jung's sense, is not a fixed picture, but a pattern. It is more like a mould than the object poured into it. Think of a riverbed. The precise water that flows through it changes from day to day, but the channel itself has a relatively stable shape. In a similar way, archetypes are like channels along which human experience tends to flow. What we see on the surface are particular stories, faces, and scenes. Underneath are these invisible templates. Take the archetype of the mother. On one level, it points to an obvious biological and social reality. Every human being is born from someone, cared for or neglected by someone. But in the psyche, mother is not just your literal parent. It is a complex pattern of expectations and feelings around nourishment, safety, dependence, and threat. It can appear in the tender figure who shelters and feeds. It can also appear as the engulfing, devouring mother who refuses to let go. Whether that is a person, a nation, or an institution that claims to protect while secretly feeding on dependency. We see mother imagery everywhere in talk of Mother Earth, mother tongues, mother churches, even in the image of a company or state that promises to take care of you. In dreams, this archetype might arrive as a human figure, an animal, a house, or even a landscape that feels deeply containing or suffocating. The personal story and the archetypal pattern braid together. Consider the hero. In one story, the hero is Theseus. In another, it is Mulan. In another, Luke Skywalker, or a nameless protagonist in a video game. The names and costumes differ, but the outline is familiar: a call to leave what is known, trials and allies, encounters with danger and temptation. This leads to a confrontation with something dark or overwhelming, and a return with new insight or power. Jung saw the hero's journey as an archetype of psychological development. We are called again and again to leave the safety of old identities, confront the unknown within and without, and bring something back to our lives that did not exist before. The shadow is another central archetype. It gathers the traits that consciousness does not wish to own: cruelty, envy, greed, lust, but also creativity, spontaneity, and strength that have been condemned or feared. In stories, the shadow appears as the villain, the monster, the outlaw, the witch. We like to imagine that evil is out there, in those figures and those people. But Jung suggests that these images are also mirrors. They help us sense, at a distance, the dissound energies in ourselves. Then there is the wise old man or wise old woman. This archetype appears in mentors and guides Merlin, the hermit in the cave, the grandmother whose words linger, the quiet teacher who appears at the right moment. In dreams, this wisdom may not always wear a kindly face. It can appear as a stern judge, a strange child, or an anonymous figure who says just one sentence and then disappears. What matters is the quality of insight, the feeling that a deeper knowledge has broken into ordinary life. The archetype of the child carries a different tone. It is not just about literal youth. It represents potential, new beginnings, fragile hope. The child appears in myths as the divine infant, the miraculous baby rescued from danger, the small figure on whom a whole future depends. Inside you, this archetype comes forward whenever you feel yourself beginning again, vulnerable but full of possibility, after a loss, a failure, or a long period of stagnation. At the centre of Jung's system is what he called the self, with a capital S sign, the archetype of wholeness. It is not the ego, the conscious I, but the larger pattern of a life striving toward integration. Symbolically, the self often appears as a circle, a square, a mandala, a radiant figure, or a sacred place where opposites meet. Encounters with this archetype are often reported as moments of deep meaning, an unexpected sense that one's life has a direction, or a dream in which one stands in the centre of a vast, ordered pattern and feels oddly at home. It is important to distinguish the archetype itself from its many expressions. The archetype is like a grammar, the stories, images, and rituals are like sentences spoken in that grammar. The grammar shapes how sentences can be formed, but does not determine every word. In a similar way, the mother archetype can appear as a saintly figure, a terrifying goddess, a gentle animal, or a dark sea. The underlying pattern is one of origin, protection, dependence, and ambivalence. The form it takes depends on culture, personal experience, and the moment in a person's life. Archetypes are not distant myths locked in ancient texts. They are active in ordinary days. When you feel drawn to someone, as if you had known them forever, you may be responding to an archetypal pattern they embody for you: the savior, the lost child, the ideal partner, the rival. When you are inexplicably fascinated by a particular kind of story or character, it may be because that archetype speaks to something unfolding in your own psyche. When you react with disproportionate fear or worship, it can be a hint that you are dealing with more than just a person. You are facing a living symbol. Why should such patterns be universal? One answer is, simple human beings share a broadly similar body and environment. We are all born, we all face separation, danger, sexuality, aging, death. We all depend, at first, on caretakers. We all live in families or groups with hierarchies and conflicts. Over thousands of generations, our brains and nervous systems may have become tuned to these recurring situations, giving rise to recurring patterns of feeling and imagination. Archetypes in this view are psychological reflections of our shared, evolved predicaments. Jung's language of archetypes adds something to this biological account, a sense of meaning. It suggests that these patterns are not merely mechanical habits of the brain, but living forms through which the psyche comments on and shapes our lives. When you dream of a journey through dark woods, you are not just processing random sensory data, but enacting in symbolic form an ancient story about entering the unknown. Seeing your life in that light can change how you suffer, how you choose, how you endure. There is a risk here. Once you learn the names of archetypes, you might be tempted to label every image, every character, every mood. This is hero, that is shadow, this must be wise old man. The result can be a kind of spiritual vanity or a flattening of experience into categories. Jung warned against that. Symbols, he insisted, should be allowed to speak in their own voices. The point of recognizing archetypes is not to collect them like stamps, but to deepen your relationship with the inner figures and stories that move you. Seen in this way, archetypes are less a doctrine to believe and more a lens to look through. They invite you to become a bit more attentive. When certain motifs appear and reappear in your dreams, your relationships, your fantasies, which archetypes seem to dominate your inner theatre right now? Which are absent, perhaps to your detriment? What stories are you, often unconsciously, casting yourself and others into? Among the many archetypes Jung described, a few play especially central roles in everyday life: the persona, the shadow, and the inner feminine and inner masculine, often called Anima and Animus. These patterns shape how you present yourself to the world, what you hide from yourself, and how you relate to the otherness of gender and soul within. In the next part, we will turn to the first of these, the persona, the social mask that both protects and imprisons, and without which you could not live among others at all. Part 3. The persona, the social mask we wear. Behind almost every social interaction there is a kind of quiet performance. You speak one way with a close friend, another with your employer, another with a child, another with a stranger online. You adjust your tone, your vocabulary, even your posture. Most of the time you do this without thinking. It feels natural, or at least inevitable. Jung used the word persona to name this adaptive face we present to the world. The term comes from the masks worn in ancient theatre, through which the actor's voice sounded. The persona is that mask the role, the image, the way you appear. It is not automatically a lie. It is the negotiated interface between your inner life and the demands of the outer world. From childhood, your persona begins to form in response to what is rewarded and what is punished. A child who is praised for being quiet may craft a persona of the good, self-effacing one, hiding anger. Another, applauded for bravery, may become the always strong one, concealing fear and tenderness. In school, you learn what it means to be a good student, a troublemaker, a leader, an outsider. Each of these roles comes with expectations, and you adapt to them, sometimes consciously, often not. Later work life refines and hardens these masks. The competent professional, the tireless caregiver, the charming host, the serious intellectual. Each setting encourages a particular outer attitude. A therapist is expected to be calm and understanding, a surgeon decisive, and a customer service worker unfailingly pleasant. To function, you put on the mask that fits the scene. Over time, it can become so fused with your sense of self that you forget it is a mask at all. The persona is not something you can or should simply throw away. Without some kind of social mask, it would be almost impossible to live in a community. You would be constantly overwhelmed by raw impulses and feelings, and others would not know how to respond to you. The persona provides structure. It allows you to play roles that are needed: parent, partner, colleague, citizen. It protects your vulnerable interior from exposure in situations where that would be dangerous or simply inappropriate. Yet Jung saw a danger in identifying too completely with this outer face. When you confuse the persona with your whole being, you become trapped in it. Then the loss or questioning of a role feels like the end of the world. The retired worker who has lived entirely as the job title, the parent whose children leave home and suddenly does not know who they are, the public figure whose image collapses and who discovers there was no inner life to fall back on. In such cases, the persona, once a useful tool, has become a prison. This over-identification often comes with a certain hollowness. You say what is expected. You feel what you are supposed to feel. But when you are alone, you may sense a strange distance from yourself. As if the person who speaks and acts in public is not quite the one who dreams at night or stares out of the window in quiet moments. Jung considered this a symptom that the centre of gravity of the psyche has shifted away from genuine individuality and into a socially approved shell. The persona also has a shadow. To maintain a presentable mask, you must push away traits that do not fit the role. The compassionate doctor may exile their own need for care. The strong, stoic man may banish fear and dependency. The always agreeable friend may suppress anger and assertiveness. These rejected parts do not disappear. They sink into the unconscious, forming part of the shadow that we will explore later. There they may continue to act, but in indirect, sometimes destructive ways, passive, aggressive comments, secret addictions, sudden outbursts that surprise even you. In modern life, the multiplication of social arenas has multiplied personas. You may have a workplace persona, a family persona, a group chat persona, a social media persona. Each is tuned to a slightly different audience and set of rules. The effort of juggling them can lead to a kind of fatigue of the self. Which of these is really me? You might wonder. But that question already carries the assumption that somewhere there must be a pure, maskless self, untouched by any role. Jung's perspective is subtler. He did not promise the discovery of a naked, fixed essence beneath all masks. Instead, he pointed toward a more fluid relationship with the persona. The goal is not to discard the mask, but to know that it is a mask, and to avoid confusing it with the whole of who you are. When you can put it on and take it off more consciously, adjust it when needed, and allow it to be criticized or changed, it becomes flexible rather than rigid. One practical way to begin sensing your persona is to notice moments when you feel as if you are on stage. Perhaps you hear yourself using phrases that do not quite sound like you, or laughing a little too loudly, or being more serious than you actually feel. Perhaps you catch yourself curating an image online, posting what fits a certain brand of self while concealing what does not. These are not sins. They are occasions to ask who is performing here. What am I trying to protect or secure or avoid? Cracks in the persona often appear during life transitions or crises. Illness, loss, failure, aging, political upheaval, or simply the slow erosion of enthusiasm for a long-held role can all loosen the mask. What once fit easily begins to chafe. You might find yourself behaving out of character or unable to sustain the old image without strain. Such times can feel frightening, but they also offer the chance to rediscover aspects of yourself that had been sacrificed to maintain the performance. For Jung, this questioning of the persona is an early step in individuation, the process of becoming more nearly the person you are capable of being. It does not mean withdrawing from society or refusing all roles. It means allowing a more honest conversation between your inner reality and your social self. Sometimes that will lead to subtle changes, speaking a little more truthfully, setting boundaries where you once merely complied, admitting vulnerability where you once acted invulnerable. Sometimes it may demand more radical shifts, leaving a profession that has become a hollow costume, or rethinking relationships built entirely around one fixed role. The persona is, in a sense, the bright, polished surface of the psyche. Under it lies the shadow, the hidden, the disowned, the feared. As we move deeper into Jung's map, we will turn toward the darker brother within, not to condemn it, but to understand how it balances the mask you show the world. And how, if approached with care, it can become a vital source of energy and authenticity rather than a source of sabotage. Part 4. Confronting the shadow, the dark brother within. In every carefully managed life, there is a room without windows. You may not visit it often. You might pretend it is not there. Yet, from time to time, you feel something moving behind the walls of your personality. A sharp remark you did not mean to say, a fantasy that startles you, a surge of envy or cruelty or desire that feels out of character. For Jung, that room has a name, the shadow. The shadow is not simply your bad side. It is everything in you that your conscious self has pushed away. Traits that did not fit the image you were trying to build. Feelings your family or culture condemned. Potentials you never found permission to live. Over years, all of this drifts out of sight, but not out of existence. It gathers behind you like a figure walking just one step out of you. Jung sometimes called it the dark brother. Not because it is literally male, but because it behaves like a close, troublesome relative. It knows you. It resembles you. It walks wherever you walk. And when you pretend it is not there, it tends to act out in ways you later regret. To understand the shadow, it helps to remember the persona, the social mask. You learned early that approval and safety depend on certain performances. The good child, the smart one, the agreeable friend, the competent professional. You polished these roles because they worked. They opened doors. They softened conflict. They made you feel wanted, or at least protected. But every mask cuts something off. If your persona is the calm, reasonable one, your anger may slip into the shadow. If you are the strong and capable one, your weakness and need for care may go underground. If you are the nice person, your competitiveness, your erotic intensity, or your blunt honesty may end up locked in that windowless room. The shadow is made of these rejected pieces. Not all of them are noble. Many are petty, frightened, aggressive, or spiteful. But some are strangely bright. Talents you never used. Courage you never claimed. A vivid imagination you were taught to call childish. The shadow holds not just your shame, but also your unlived life. Because these parts are unconscious, you rarely see them directly. You meet them in disguise. One of Jung's most important insights is that what we refuse to recognize in ourselves, we tend to see everywhere in others. This is projection. The colleague whose ambition infuriates you. The friend whose neediness disgusts you. The stranger whose lifestyle fills you with moral outrage. Sometimes, of course, your judgment is realistic. Not every criticism is a projection, but when an emotion is unusually intense, repetitive, and out of proportion, Jung would invite a quieter question. What is this person carrying for me that I will not carry in myself? At a personal level, this is uncomfortable. It means that your most irrational hatreds, your contempt, your exaggerated fears, may be revealing more about you than about the people you aim them at. At a collective level, the consequences can be catastrophic. Whole groups can become scapegoats when a society refuses to face its own greed, violence, or desire for domination. Then the shadow of a culture is hunted in outsiders while remaining untouched in those who are doing the hunting. Confronting the shadow, for Jung, begins with small moments of honesty. You notice that certain people always trigger you. You replay a scene where you overreacted. You recognize that your image of being, above, some impulse is not quite true. Instead of rushing to justify yourself, you pause. You treat the reaction like a message, a dream while you are awake. What was threatened here? What part of me felt exposed? This kind of reflection is not comfortable. It demands that you loosen your grip on your favorite self-descriptions. I'm just a caring person. I'm always fair. I'm never angry. The more tightly you cling to such identities, the more fiercely the shadow tends to intrude, as if to insist you are more complicated than that. Dreams often give the shadow a face, the stranger who follows you, the rival who humiliates you, the criminal, the addict, the unfaithful partner. Jung would not rush to decode these images into simple meanings. Instead, he would ask, where in your life are you like this figure, even in a small, quiet way? What aspect of your energy has taken on this distorted shape because you refuse to grant it a legitimate place? This is where the metaphor of the dark brother becomes useful. The shadow is rarely tamed by moralizing or self-hatred. Shame pushes it further underground, where it grows more primitive and explosive. The more fruitful attitude is closer to how you might treat a difficult sibling. You set limits. You do not let them run the house, but you also listen. You ask what they are trying, however clumsily, to protect or express. In this listening, something shifts. Aggression, for example, may reveal a wish to defend your boundaries. Envy may uncover a buried desire to create, to love, to be seen. Sexual fantasies that embarrass you may be tangled with deeper longings for closeness, power, or vulnerability. None of this means you must act out every impulse. Integration is not indulgence. It is the patient work of understanding what each impulse is trying to say and finding a more conscious way to live the underlying need. Many myths and stories circle around this struggle with the shadow. The brother who turns against his brother, the double who pursues the hero, the monster who is, in some way, the hero's own creation. Think of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, or the countless tales where a seemingly respectable figure hides a secret life. Jung read these not only as moral warnings, but as symbolic descriptions of an inner fact. If we cling to a shining image of ourselves, we almost always generate a darker counterpart. Sometimes people respond to this discovery by swinging to the other extreme. They throw away their earlier moral standards and start identifying with the shadow. The controlled professional becomes proud of being ruthless. The quiet person begins to flaunt a provocative, chaotic side. For a while this can feel liberating, like breaking out of a cage. But if it hardens into a new pose, it is simply another mask, a shadow persona as rigid and unfree as the old one. Jung's aim was subtler, to hold the tension between what you consciously value and what you secretly are, to allow the dark brother a place at the table without letting him seize the throne. That balance is delicate. It grows slowly through repeated encounters with your own contradictions, your own failures, your own surprising capacities. Relationships are one of the main arenas where this work happens. Partners, friends, and even enemies carry pieces of your shadow. The person you can barely stand may be showing you a distorted reflection of yourself. The person you idealize may be living a quality you have never dared to own. Intimate conflict often escalates when both people are fighting not only each other, but also the disowned parts of themselves they see mirrored in the other's face. To take back a projection is humbling. It may sound like this: the selfishness I condemn in you is also present in me, smaller perhaps, better disguised, but real. This does not excuse harmful behavior. What it changes is the tone of your own participation. It softens the inner split between the righteous self and the condemned other. And as that split softens inside, your outer relationships often grow less rigid as well. Jung believed that the shadow never disappears. No matter how much inner work you do, there will always be aspects of yourself you do not yet know. The goal is not to become perfectly transparent to yourself. It is to become honest enough that you are no longer entirely at the mercy of what you do not know. Seen this way, the dark brother is not simply a threat. He is also a guide. Each time you feel disproportionate anger, humiliation, or disgust, you are being offered a doorway. A chance to step, for a moment, into that windowless room and look around, to ask which forgotten parts of you are gathered there, waiting not to be celebrated blindly, but to be brought carefully into the light of consciousness. This is difficult work. It can be frightening. Yet Jung was convinced that without some honest relationship to the shadow, no real individuation is possible. You cannot become whole on the basis of a half-truth. You cannot build a real life on an image that excludes so much of what you are. To confront the shadow is therefore not an optional side project. It is one of the central tasks of a human life. A long, uneven conversation with that dark brother within, whose anger, desire, envy, and pain may, if listened to and shaped, become part of your courage, your passion, your sense of justice, and your capacity to love. And with the shadow acknowledged, another figure slowly comes into view, the inner opposite, the Anima and the Animus, through which the Psyche reaches beyond gender, roles, and toward a deeper pattern of wholeness. To that Syzygy of inner feminine and inner masculine we now quietly turn. Part 5. The Syzygy, Anima and Animus. Far beneath everyday preferences, what clothes you wear, what roles you play, lies a quieter polarity. You can feel it in the tension between your capacity to act and to receive, between your urge to analyze and your longing simply to be held, between your logical clarity and your irrational intuitions, which sometimes know in an instant what your mind will take years to understand. Jung gave symbolic names to these inner opposites, Anima and Animus. In his language, the Anima is the inner feminine image in a man, and the Animus is the inner masculine image in a woman. Today, with our more fluid understandings of gender, this language can sound narrow or dated. Yet behind it lies a broader insight, that every psyche carries a contrasexual dimension, a cluster of qualities and potentials that feel other than the conscious identity we have learned to inhabit. The anima, in Jung's view, is not just an image of woman inside a man. It is his capacity for relatedness, feeling, imagination, and receptivity. It colors how he experiences love, beauty, loss, and meaning. Often it first appears in dreams and fantasies as an alluring, mysterious figure. A girl from childhood, an idealized lover, a guide, or sometimes a seductress, a betrayer, a witch. Because the anima lives partly in the unconscious, a man may not recognize her as his own. Instead, he projects her onto women in the outer world. Then, falling in love at first sight can carry more than personal attraction. It can feel like a religious event. The other person shines with a numinous glow. She becomes the answer to a question he did not know he was asking. In those moments, Jung would say, it is not only the real woman who is being seen. It is also the man's own soul, image, the anima, laid like a luminous veil over her features. She is loved not just for who she is, but for what she unconsciously represents in him, his unlived tenderness, his hope for redemption, his artistic or spiritual longing. The animus plays a parallel role in the psyche of a woman as Jung understood it. It is her inner masculine, her capacity for assertion, clear judgment, and principled conviction. The animus may appear inwardly as a chorus of opinions, authoritative sometimes, harsh voices that pronounce what is true, what is possible, what is allowed. Like the anima, the animus is easily projected. A woman may invest a teacher, a lover, a leader with more authority than they actually possess, feeling that he embodies strength, reason, or purpose missing in her own life. Or she may find herself locked in struggle with men who seem to carry her own disowned anger and power. These descriptions reflect the cultural world Jung inhabited, where gender roles were far more rigid than today. Yet the psychological structure he pointed to can be found in any person, regardless of sex or identity. There is often a split between the self we consciously perform and another set of qualities. We experience these as strange, foreign, or magically charged. You can sense this when you say things like, "Part of me just wants to burn everything down," or "There is a side of me that is so soft it scares me." That part and that side are not random. They belong to a deeper pattern by which the psyche seeks balance. Where there is excessive hardness, something tender waits. Where there is passivity, a hidden force gathers. The Syzygy, this pairing of anima and animus, is one way Jung imagined the psyche's attempt to reconcile opposites. But the process is rarely peaceful. At first, the anima or animus tends to appear in primitive, one-sided forms. The anima may sweep a man into irrational moods, sudden enthusiasms, or suicidal despair. The animus may harden a woman's stance into rigid opinions and negations. It will never work. There is no point. You can't trust anyone. In these states, a person feels possessed. They say or do things that later feel foreign, yet strangely fated. Jung did not recommend suppressing these forces. He also did not romanticize them. Instead, he suggested a slow dialogue. When a paralyzing doubt or a grand, unrealistic dream arises, you might treat it as a voice, not as absolute truth. When an overwhelming infatuation takes hold, you might ask, what is it? In me? That has been waiting for this kind of encounter. What forgotten feeling, what unlived possibility does this person seem to embody? Over time, as these questions are asked with patience, the anima and animus can evolve. The anima moves from being merely erotic or sentimental toward becoming a kind of inner guide, a sense of meaning and depth that informs a man's relationship not only to women, but to his own creativity and spirituality. The animus, instead of operating as a harsh critic or a collection of abstract ideas, can become a source of courage, clarity, and inner authority for a woman, helping her to stand by her own experience in a world that may deny or minimize it. Again, we must read Jung symbolically here. Many women already possess immense clarity and authority. Many men live deeply within emotion and intuition. What Jung was circling around is not social stereotype, but the mystery of inner complementarity. That our path to wholeness often leads through developing precisely those qualities that feel least like me at first. Relationships, once more, are the workshop where this happens. Two people rarely meet as pure individuals. They meet as clusters of projections. Each carries inner figures from their personal history and from the collective storehouse of images about men and women. A man may unconsciously expect a partner to redeem him, to heal his mother wounds, to embody endless understanding. A woman may unconsciously expect a partner to provide direction, certainty or protection that she has never allowed herself to claim. Inevitably, real life fails these fantasies. Partners disappoint, resist, reveal their own shadows. What once seemed angelic becomes irritatingly human. For Jung, this painful disillusionment is not a failure of love, but often its beginning. Only when the projection withdraws, when you admit, I put too much of my own soul into your hands, can a more genuine relationship between two complex people even start. The same is true inwardly, as you recognize that the source of wisdom, beauty, strength, or tenderness you long for is not entirely outside you, you begin to cultivate it within. The anima's warmth, the animus's firmness, are slowly integrated as your own capacities. You no longer need to chase them as if they lived only in other bodies, other voices, other lives. In alchemical and mystical traditions that Jung loved to study, this inner union of opposites is often pictured as a sacred marriage, sun and moon embracing, king and queen conjoined. For Jung, these were symbolic anticipations of a psychological reality, the gradual reconciliation of active and receptive, rational and intuitive, hard and soft within a single life. This does not erase difference, it does not abolish gender, nor does it dictate how anyone should live it. Rather, it suggests that the soul is larger than any role, and that our deepest conflicts around love, sexuality, and identity often carry a hidden invitation to become more whole, more internally balanced than our upbringing or culture allowed. To speak of Anima and Animus, then, is to speak about how love, creativity, and meaning move through a human being, about how we project, suffer, and slowly reclaim the images, through which we first learned what man and woman even mean, and about how, in the midst of this, something in us reaches steadily toward a Syzygy, a living tension of opposites that no simple label can fully name. To understand how this inner dance plays out across different personalities, Jung turned to another set of ideas: the flow of psychic energy and the two great attitudes of introversion and extraversion. It is to this rhythm of turning, inward and outward, that we now gently turn. Part 6. The flow of psychic energy, introversion and extraversion. At certain moments in your day, you may notice a simple question rising: where is my attention going? Not what am I doing, or how should I behave, but where does my energy tend to flow? Toward the people and events around you, or back into your own thoughts and images? For Jung, this movement of psychic energy was not a minor detail. It was one of the basic patterns of personality. He called the two primary directions extraversion and introversion. These words have become so familiar that we rarely hear them freshly. Extroverts are supposed to be sociable, loud, outgoing. Introverts are supposed to be shy, withdrawn, quiet. But Jung meant something subtler and more interior. Extraversion, in his sense, is an attitude in which the outer world has priority. The flow of energy moves toward objects, people, and situations. The extrovert feels most alive when engaged with what is happening outside conversations, tasks, events, visible results. Reality for this attitude is what can be shared, measured, and confirmed by others. Introversion is the opposite orientation. Here the inner world has precedence. The flow of energy turns towards subjective impressions, ideas, and meanings. The introvert feels most real in the space of reflection, contemplating, imagining, making sense of what has happened. Reality for this attitude is filtered through an inner standard. What feels true, resonates, fits the pattern within. You can see the difference in simple situations. Two people attend the same gathering. The extrovert leaves energized, buzzing with new connections and possibilities. The introvert leaves tired, not because they dislike people, but because their limited store of energy has been spent outward and now needs to be replenished within. Later, perhaps alone or with one trusted friend, the experience is relived, sorted, woven into their inner world. The point here is not to divide people into boxes. Jung insisted that no one is purely extroverted or purely introverted. Each person carries both attitudes, but tends to lean toward one as a dominant style. And this dominance comes with gifts and blind spots. The extrovert's gift is adaptation. They respond quickly to what is needed. They can rally others, manage concrete situations, and often find it easier to belong. Their risk is losing touch with their own depths. If all the energy flows outward, they may wake one day to discover that they do not know what they truly think or feel, apart from the expectations that surround them. The introvert's gift is depth. They are drawn to the invisible structures of things, the underlying idea, the hidden pattern, the private meaning. Their risk is withdrawal. If too much energy is tied up in the inner world, the outer life can become thin, feared, or resented. Then opportunities pass, relationships with her, and the inner riches remain largely unshared. Jung observed that the unconscious tends to compensate for our one-sidedness. A strongly extroverted person who spends the day immersed in practical affairs may find that their dreams are intensely introverted, full of isolated figures, quiet rooms, messages urging reflection or retreat. A heavily introverted person who lives mainly among books, fantasies, or inner moods may be pursued in dreams by loud crowds demanding tasks or insistent voices calling them out into the world. In this sense, the psyche behaves like a self-regulating system. It tries to balance the outer emphasis with an inner counter-movement. If we listen, these compensations can guide us toward a more rounded life. If we ignore them, the neglected side may eventually break through in disruptive ways. Burnout for the extrovert, collapse or sudden, compulsive action for the introvert. Modern culture often seems tilted toward extraversion. Visibility networking, constant communication, these are rewarded and sometimes demanded. In such a climate, introversion can feel like a failure or a problem to be fixed. Yet without introverted depth, a culture loses its capacity for reflection. It becomes all reaction and no contemplation. On the other hand, certain subcultures idealize introversion as a sign of uniqueness or superior sensitivity, quietly dismissing the more outgoing as shallow. But without extroverted engagement, inner insights risk becoming sterile, untested by the friction of real life. Jung's language invites us to step out of this competition. The question is not which type is better, but rather, how does psychic energy move in you, and what are the consequences? You might ask yourself, after a demanding social day, do I seek more contact, or do I need solitude? When a problem arises, do I first look for information and input from others, or do I withdraw to think, or feel my way through it alone? When you are forced to operate in the opposite style for too long, an introvert at endless meetings, an extrovert in prolonged isolation, what happens to your mood, your body, your dreams? Such reflections are not about building a fixed identity. I am this type, therefore I must behave this way. Jung worried that typology, if turned into rigid labels, would become yet another persona, a new mask. His intent was more diagnostic and developmental, to help you see where you naturally stand, so that you can recognize your bias and gradually cultivate its opposite. In that sense, the inferior attitude, the one that feels clumsy and unnatural, is not your enemy. It is a frontier. For the extrovert, experimenting with solitude, journaling, or contemplative practices may feel awkward, even pointless at first. Yet over time, these create a space where the inner voice can be heard, where choices are not dictated solely by external demands. For the introvert, consciously entering social situations, collaborating, or taking visible roles can be exhausting and anxiety-provoking. But if done in measured doses, it builds a bridge between the rich, inner world and the shared outer one, so that ideas and insights can find form. Jung would later refine this picture by describing 4 basic psychological functions: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, each of which can be introverted or extroverted. These combinations yield a wide variety of human types, Yet beneath that complexity lies the simple rhythm the psyche breathes in and out. It turns toward the world, then back toward itself. To become more conscious of this breathing is to cooperate with your own nature, to respect your dominant attitude without idolizing it, to honor your need for contact or for solitude, without making it a moral code for everyone else. In the long work of individuation, both movements are needed. You cannot find yourself entirely in the crowd, nor entirely in isolation. You discover who you are in, the meeting point between inner and outer, between the way energy flows naturally and the way it is shaped by choice. As you watch this flow, when you feel alive, when you feel drained, what calls you outward, what draws you inward, you begin to see that introversion and extraversion are not simply traits on a chart. They are expressions of how your soul turns, again and again, between the world within and the world, without searching for a way to belong to both. Part 7. The four functions of consciousness. In many moments of your day, the world seems simple. You answer a message, make a decision, react to a tone of voice, scroll past a headline. It all feels immediate and obvious, as if you are simply responding to what is there. Yet if you slow the scene down, something more intricate appears. It is not just the outer world you are dealing with, but how your consciousness meets it. The same event can feel completely different, depending on how you are oriented inside. Earlier we considered where your psychic energy tends to flow outward, toward people and tasks, or inward, toward reflection and imagination. Jung called these basic attitudes extraversion and introversion, but direction is only half the story. Equally important is how your psyche takes things in and how it decides what to do with them. Jung tried to describe this subtle inner choreography through what he called the four functions of consciousness. They are not boxes to put people in. They are more like four basic ways a human being can relate to reality. In any situation, one function usually takes the lead, another supports it, and one tends to be neglected or pushed into the shadows. Jung distinguished first between two ways of perceiving the world. One he called sensation, the other intuition. Sensation is perception through the senses. It is your capacity to notice what is actually, concretely present. The feel of the chair under you, the way the light falls in the room, the exact wording of an email, rather than what you imagine it implies. Someone whose consciousness is strongly shaped by sensation tends to trust facts, details, and direct experience. They might ask, "What exactly happened?" "What did she say?" What are the numbers? Reality for them is what can be touched, measured, confirmed. Intuition is different. It is not about details, but about patterns and possibilities. It is the way your mind leaps from what is given to what might be unfolding beneath the surface. A small shift in a friend's tone, a new technology just emerging, a vague cultural mood. All of these might suggest to an intuitive person where things are heading. Where sensation says, "This is here now," intuition says, "This could become something." The intuitive person often finds themselves drifting towards symbols, metaphors, and long-term visions. The present is interesting mostly as a clue to something else. Jung called both sensation and intuition irrational functions, not because they are unreasonable, but because they do not judge. They simply register and reveal. One shows you what is, the other what might be. But life cannot be lived on perception alone. At some point you must decide, you must evaluate, choose, accept, reject. For this, Jung described two rational functions, thinking and feeling. Thinking is the function that asks, is this true? Is it consistent? Does it make sense? It works with concepts and principles. Seeking clarity through definition and logic, a person whose thinking function is strong may be drawn to structures, systems, arguments. They want the pieces to fit together in an intelligible way. Feeling in Jung's sense is not mere emotion. It is the function that asks, what is this worth? Is it good or bad for me, for us? Does it harmonize with what I value? Feeling makes qualitative judgments about beauty, loyalty, fairness, belonging. A person with a well-developed feeling function may navigate life. Through an inner sense of resonance or dissonance, does this relationship, this job, this belief feel right at a deep level? Thinking and feeling, then, are two different ways of judging. Sensation and intuition are two different ways of perceiving. Together, these four functions form a kind of compass. In any given moment, you are taking something in and making some kind of evaluation, even if faintly. But the balance among these processes is rarely equal. Jung observed that most people have one primary function that tends to dominate consciousness. For some, life is led mainly through thinking, for others through feeling. Still others are anchored by the concrete reality of sensation, or by the restless search for patterns that marks intuition. Imagine for a moment a simple scenario. You are offered a new job in another city. A thinking dominant person might begin with analysis, the salary, the career trajectory, the stability of the company, the pros and cons listed neatly on a page. A feeling dominant person might first notice what the idea does to their emotional climate, the excitement, the anxiety, the sense of betrayal or relief in relation to loved ones. A sensation type might picture the actual apartment, the commute, the climate, the daily texture of life in the new place. An intuition type might be seized by an image of themselves 5 years from now, in a different version of their life, and feel drawn or repelled by that future possibility. All of these responses are real. Each holds a piece of the truth, but each, if taken alone, is incomplete. Jung did not want people to identify with a single function as if it were their essence. Instead, he saw these tendencies as starting points, biases in the way consciousness operates. Your dominant function is simply the avenue through which you most naturally make sense of things. Yet in the background, the other functions are still present. Often less developed, sometimes distorted or ignored. He spoke of an auxiliary function which supports the dominant one and compensates for its blind spots. For example, strong thinking may be balanced by intuition, opening rational analysis to new possibilities. Or a primary feeling function might be steadied by sensation, grounding values in concrete reality. But one function usually suffers the most neglect. This is the so-called inferior function, the one farthest from the conscious ideal you have built for yourself and your persona. The inferior function often appears in exaggerated or clumsy ways. A deeply rational person, proud of their cool analysis, might discover that under stress their feelings erupt in disproportionate waves. Sudden rage, irrational jealousy, piercing sentimentality. A person who lives by harmony and empathy might find that, in moments of overload, their thoughts turn abruptly cold, critical, and cutting. From a Jungian view, this is not simply a character flaw. It is the unconscious trying to compensate for one-sidedness. The neglected function pushes up from below, insisting that your picture of reality is too narrow. This is where the four functions touch the deeper themes of shadow and individuation. What you consistently undervalue in yourself does not disappear, it sinks. It becomes part of the shadow and may then appear in projections onto others. You may condemn in other people the very mode of being your own psyche is trying to develop. The over-emotional colleague, the cold analyst, the dreamy idealist, the rigid realist, each can become a screen for your disowned function. Jung's typology, at its best, is not about fixing yourself as a type. It is an invitation to notice your habits of consciousness. Do you habitually trust only what can be measured and verified? Do you overvalue harmony and underplay clear thought? Do you dream in grand patterns but stumble over details? Do you sense fine shades of value yet distrust logical argument? To become aware of these tendencies is to loosen their grip. You can begin gently to practice the inferior function in small, safe ways. The thinker can linger a bit longer with feeling. What does this matter to my heart? Not my concepts. The feeler can entertain a line of reasoning even when it feels uncomfortable. The visionary intuitive can give more patient attention to concrete steps. The grounded sensation type can allow themselves to follow a hunch even when the evidence is not all in. Modern personality tools, inspired by Jung, often promise quick clarity. 4 letters, a neat label, a list of strengths and weaknesses. Jung himself was wary of such simplifications. For him, the functions were not cages, but descriptions of movement. How consciousness dances with the world and with itself. If you listen closely, you may sense these movements in your own day. The cool assessment that suddenly gives way to a feeling of unease. The practical plan interrupted by a strange sense of possibility. The desire to keep the peace, bumping into a nagging question of truth. To work consciously with the 4 functions is not to become balanced. In some perfect, symmetrical way, it is to acknowledge that your way of seeing is partial. It is to treat the neglected parts of your own psyche not as enemies, but as underdeveloped senses, waiting for patience and practice. In this light, every disagreement, every misunderstanding can be seen differently, not simply as a clash of personalities, but as a meeting of different functions, each trying to defend its picture of reality. You do not have to abandon your native strengths, but you can learn to recognize the voices you normally ignore, both in yourself and in others. And through that, your consciousness becomes less rigid, more spacious, less a single spotlight, more a room with several windows, each opening onto the same complex world from a different angle. Part 8. The confrontation with the unconscious, active imagination. At night, when the outer world quiets down, something else becomes audible. Thoughts loosen. Images drift in. Memories that had seemed finished suddenly return with a different colour. It is as if another mind, just beneath your waking one, begins to speak in a language of fragments and symbols. Most of the time, we push this material away. We scroll, distract, tighten our attention back onto something manageable. The unknown within can feel threatening or simply inconvenient. For Jung, however, this inner territory was not an irritation to be suppressed. It was a frontier, and there comes a time in many lives when the unconscious no longer accepts being ignored. This crossing often happens around midlife, though the age can vary. A career has been built, relationships formed, an identity established. You know more or less how to play your roles. Yet a quiet unrest begins to spread. Old ambitions lose their flavour. Dreams grow vivid, even disturbing. A sense of meaning once taken for granted starts to fracture. Jung went through such a crisis with startling intensity. After his break with Freud, the outer framework of his work and loyalty fell apart. In its place came visions, voices, and powerful inner images that left him wondering if he was on the edge of madness. Rather than flee, he made a radical choice. He decided to turn toward these experiences and enter into a kind of dialogue with them. This was the birth of what he later called active imagination. To understand this, it helps to distinguish two ways of relating to the unconscious. One is passive. Dreams pass through you in the night, you wake and they fade. A fantasy flashes before your mind, you brush it aside. A mood descends, you endure it, hoping it will go away. The other way is participatory. You notice a dream, an image, a mood, and you stay with it. You do not immediately interpret, analyze, or moralize. You let it unfold, as if you were listening to a person whose language you are only beginning to learn. Active imagination is this second way made deliberate. It is a practice of meeting the unconscious halfway. In its simplest form, it begins with something given. A dream you cannot quite shake, a fantasy that repeats itself, a figure who appears again and again in your inner life, a critical voice, a guiding presence, a strange stranger at the edge of your awareness. You set aside a quiet time. You allow your ordinary tasks to recede. You take this inner image as seriously as you would a conversation with an important guest. Then, with eyes closed or open, you invite the image to develop. You imagine stepping again into the dream landscape, or turning to face the figure directly. You ask a question not out loud, but inwardly, and wait to see what comes. The crucial element is this: you do not script the answer. You allow it to arrive from a slightly unexpected angle, with a tone or content you might not have chosen. Jung described this as letting the fantasy move on its own. Your task is not to force, but to follow. You write down what unfolds. You sketch, paint, or speak into a recorder. The point is to give form to this encounter so that it does not dissolve back into vagueness. Over time, a kind of inner drama can emerge. You may find yourself arguing with a severe, law-giving voice that always tells you you are not enough, or listening to a childlike figure who insists on play and colour, or confronting a dark, mocking presence that embodies your most despised traits. From a purely medical standpoint, this might sound dangerous. And for some people, especially in states of acute psychosis or severe instability, it can be. Jung was keenly aware of the fine line between creative descent into the unconscious and being overwhelmed by it. This is why, in clinical practice, active imagination is approached carefully, often with support, and not as a technique for everyone at every moment. The goal is not to dissolve the boundaries of the ego, but to place them into a living relationship with deeper layers of the psyche. When undertaken with sufficient grounding, the process can be profoundly regulating. The unconscious, in Jung's view, is not simply a reservoir of chaos. It has its own tendencies toward balance. When something in the conscious attitude has become too rigid, one-sided, or inflated, the unconscious responds with images that challenge, correct, or compensate. Active imagination gives these images a chance to speak more fully. Instead of merely feeling crushed by a depression, for instance, a person might give that depression a face and ask, "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" The answers that arise may be symbolic, not literal. They might show a neglected part of life, a lost value, an unlived possibility demanding recognition. In Jung's own case, his years of active imagination filled the pages of the book we now call the Red Book. There he recorded dialogues with figures that personified aspects of his psyche: the wise guide, the doubter, the destructive force, the feminine soul image. He treated them not as hallucinations to be dismissed, nor as absolute revelations to be obeyed, but as expressions of a deeper order trying to become conscious. For someone listening today, this can feel distant, even theatrical. Yet the underlying movement is not exotic. You may already practice a mild form of active imagination without naming it. When you sit with a difficult decision and let images of the future play out in your mind, noticing which ones draw or repel you, you are letting the imagination guide your sense of meaning. When you write in a journal and a sentence appears that surprises you, as if written by another hand, you are brushing up against this same boundary. The difference in Jung's approach is the level of respect given to these spontaneous contents. Instead of saying, "It is only my imagination," you assume that imagination is one of the basic organs of the psyche. It is through imaginal forms that the unconscious presents its messages. This does not mean every inner voice is wise, or that every fantasy is a secret instruction. The unconscious includes both light and shadow, both healing and destructive tendencies. Part of the work is precisely to discriminate which figures inflate my ego, flatter my worst impulses, or drive me toward harm. Which ones challenge me to grow, to relinquish illusions, to broaden my sense of self. Here again, the earlier themes of functions and typology return. A person rooted in thinking may need to let feeling into the dialogue, noticing not only what images mean, but how they affect the heart. A person steeped in feeling may need to step back and ask whether a compelling inner figure is actually true to a larger pattern, or just a wish. Active imagination is not a technique to bypass reality. If anything, it makes reality more demanding. As you become more aware of your inner dramas, you can less easily project them outward. Blaming others for conflicts that rise largely from your own unacknowledged parts, you may discover that the enemy you battle in your dreams bears a striking resemblance to traits you reject in yourself, or that the idealized helper always rescuing you from danger prevents you from taking responsibility in waking life. Over time, the aim is not to master the unconscious like an object, but to develop what Jung called a symbolic attitude. You begin to see your inner images not as literal instructions, nor as meaningless noise, but as metaphors pointing towards psychic realities that need attention. A dream of a collapsing house might not predict an external disaster. It may image a structure in your life, an identity, a belief system that can no longer carry your full weight. A recurring meeting with a wise old figure may signal a capacity for inner guidance that wants to be trusted and tested in small, concrete acts. In this sense, the confrontation with the unconscious is also a confrontation with your future. Not the future as a fixed destiny, but as a set of possibilities latent within you. The unconscious, for Jung, does not only contain the past, the forgotten, the repressed. It also carries what is not yet fully realized in the personality. To turn toward it with active imagination is to risk being changed. Your carefully maintained story of who you are may need to expand to include traits you have disowned, desires you have minimized, fears you have projected. There is humility in this work. You are no longer the sole author of your inner life. You become, instead, a listener and a collaborator in dialogue with a depth that both belongs to you and exceeds you. In the context of individuation, which we will explore more fully, active imagination is one of the ways the ego learns to relate to the self, that deeper organizing center of the psyche. It is not about surrendering your judgment to inner voices. It is about letting those voices be heard, weighed, and integrated so that your conscious life is less driven by forces you refuse to acknowledge. As you move through your own days, you might simply begin by noticing a dream that lingers, a fantasy that repeats, an inner critic with a familiar script. Rather than pushing these away or taking them at face value, you can hold them lightly with curiosity. What if, for a few minutes, you let the image speak a little more? What if you answered back not to win an argument, but to understand what part of you is asking to be included? This is the atmosphere of active imagination, not a dramatic descent into madness, but a quiet, ongoing practice of conversation with the very depths that silently and persistently help shape the course of your life. Part 9. The process of individuation, becoming who you are. Within each life, there are seasons that feel less like progress and more like disorientation. Plans lose their shine. Relationships shift. Beliefs that once seemed solid grow thin at the edges. You may appear successful from the outside, yet something in you feels unfinished or strangely absent. Jung used the word individuation to describe the deep process that can unfold beneath such periods of upheaval. Not an improvement project, not the polishing of a social identity, but a movement toward wholeness, toward becoming more, nearly the person you are capable of being. From the beginning of this journey, we have moved through layers of the psyche, the persona, the mask crafted to function in society. The shadow where repressed and unwanted qualities are stored. The inner contrasexual figures, Anima and Animus, that open us to what our conscious gender identity tends to exclude. The play of introversion and extraversion, the four functions of consciousness, the strange eruptions of the unconscious in dreams and imaginal encounters. Individuation is not a separate topic from these. It is the pattern that holds them together. If the psyche were only a bundle of drives and reactions, there would be no reason to expect any larger order in our inner development. But Jung believed that, beneath the conflicts of the ego, there is an organizing principle he called the self. The self is not the ego made bigger. It is not the collection of your preferences or achievements. It is a kind of inner totality, a center that includes both conscious and unconscious light and dark. What you already know of yourself and what you have yet to recognize. We glimpse this self in certain symbols that arise spontaneously: mandalas, circles, images of a wise figure, a guiding presence, or a union of opposites. We sense it in moments when life seems to arrange itself around a meaningful turning point, as if an invisible thread, long hidden, had been quietly drawing us toward a particular crossroads. Individuation, then, is the gradual alignment of the ego with this deeper center, not by annihilating the ego, but by loosening its claim to be the whole story. In practice, this process is rarely smooth. It often begins with conflict between outer roles and inner longings, between the persona and the shadow, between what your culture demands and what your individual nature can actually sustain. You might, for years, over-identify with your persona. You are the successful professional, the devoted parent, the talented artist, the reliable friend. These identities are not false. They are necessary. But if they are taken as the entirety of who you are, something cramped and brittle sets in. Dreams may begin to disturb this neat picture. A respected leader dreams they are lost in a city where no one recognizes their status. A caring person dreams of committing a cruel act. A rational thinker dreams of a flood that washes away all their carefully built structures. These are not verdicts on outer behavior so much as images of imbalance. They show what has been left out of the conscious story. The first movement of individuation is often a more honest encounter with the shadow. You acknowledge the traits you have, condemned or denied in your self-envy, aggression, vulnerability, laziness, pride. This is not a license to act them out. It is an invitation to recognize that you are not made of pure light, and neither is anyone else. Such recognition can be painful. It disrupts moral vanity and self-simplifying myths. Yet it also softens your judgment of others. What you have admitted in yourself, you can meet with more realism and compassion in the world. Beyond the shadow, other neglected aspects of the psyche make themselves known. For a man strongly identified with traits his culture calls masculine, control, logic, autonomy, the anima may appear first as a mood, then as an inner figure, emotional, relational, intuitive. For a woman deeply identified with traits deemed feminine, care, receptivity, relatedness, the animus may emerge as a critical or guiding voice demanding clarity, courage, or a more independent standpoint. Individuation does not require abandoning gender or dissolving into some androgynous blur. Rather, it asks that you make room, inwardly, for the qualities that your one-sided identity had kept at bay. The point is not to reverse the imbalance, but to widen your humanity. All of this, the shadow work, the Anima-Animus encounters, the attention to dreams and active imagination is oriented, in Jung's view, by the self. The psyche, left to its own devices, tends towards certain images and experiences that promote integration. Jung found in Alchemy a symbolic map of this journey. Not because the medieval alchemists were secretly modern psychologists, but because, as they labored in their laboratories, they projected their own inner transformations onto matter. In the alchemical texts, he saw a series of stages that mirrored psychological processes. There is the nigridu, the darkening, a time of confusion, loss, or depression when old structures fall apart and meaning seems to evaporate. The persona cracks, illusions burn away. Life feels, at least inwardly, like a blackened field after a fire. Then comes albedo, the whitening. Moments of clarity break through. You gain insight into your patterns, see connections you missed, feel lighter for a while. Helpful figures may appear within, in dreams or imagination, a wise old man or woman, a helpful child, a reconciled pair. Further stages speak of a reddening, a union, a conjunctio, an inner marriage of opposites. Masculine and feminine, above and below, spirit and matter, conscious intent and unconscious impulse no longer wage war quite so blindly. They begin to coordinate, to converse. These images are not literal steps to be checked off. You do not graduate from shadow work and move on permanently to some pure golden state. Individuation is not linear, it spirals. Old issues reappear at new depths. The same theme, authority, dependence, intimacy, freedom, returns in different guises throughout a life. What changes is your stance. The ego becomes less defensive, less committed to keeping up appearances at all costs. You grow more willing to ask, what is really moving here beneath my stated reasons? What part of me is speaking through this anger, this attraction, this fear? To become who you are, in this sense, is not to create yourself out of nothing. It is to listen to what is already there, but obscured. It is to discern, among the many possibilities you could live, those that carry a deeper resonance, as if they came from a place in you that is both very old and somehow new. This is why individuation is often accompanied by a reorientation of values. What once felt crucial, status, admiration, being right, may lose its grip. Other things, previously marginal, move to the center truthfulness to oneself, even when it disappoints others, a calling that does not fit conventional success, a form of service that outwardly seems small but inwardly feels aligned. From the outside, this can look like a loss. Why leave a secure path? Why complicate a settled life? Yet from the inside, the cost of not moving becomes greater than the anxiety of change. The self, so to speak, withdraws its support from an old arrangement. Importantly, individuation is not a solitary flight into private meaning. As the ego comes into deeper relation with the self, relationships often become more real, not less. You see more clearly how much of what you demanded from others was an attempt to make them carry parts of your own psyche, the ideal parent, the perfect lover, the enemy who explains all your failures. Gradually you reclaim these projections. You acknowledge that no partner can be your entire soul. No community can substitute for your own inner work. No enemy can carry all the darkness you refuse to face. Paradoxically, this makes genuine connection more possible. You meet others more as they are, not as screens for your unlived life. You can love with fewer illusions, but perhaps with more depth. Jung was well aware that much of this remains difficult to prove in the ways modern science prefers. Individuation cannot be measured like blood pressure. It is traced in stories, in long-term changes of character, in the slow rearrangement of priorities, in the way a person bears suffering and joy. There are also dangers. The language of self and individuation can flatter the ego, encouraging spiritual narcissism. I am on a special path. My inner journey excuses whatever harm I do. Jung repeatedly warned against this. If your so-called individuation isolates you, inflates you, or leaves a trail of damaged lives, something essential has gone astray. Genuine individuation tends toward humility, not self-abasement, but a clearer sense of proportion. You recognize that you are neither the center of the universe nor a meaningless accident. You have a particular shape, a pattern of gifts and limits, and your task is to live that pattern as fully and truthfully as you can. For some, this may involve public work, art, leadership, innovation. For others, it may unfold more quietly, raising children with awareness, tending a garden, crafting a life of integrity in modest circumstances. Individuation is not measured by visibility. What matters is the degree of inner consent. Do your actions, over time, feel more like obedience to an external script, or more like responses to an inner necessity that has gradually revealed itself? Do you feel, not constantly, but increasingly, that your life, with all its imperfections, is somehow yours? Jung once suggested that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you are, not who you were told to be, not who you wish you were in fantasy, but the person that slowly emerges when you enter into dialogue with your depths, shadow, anima, or animus, dreams, symbols, and the quiet pull of the self. This is not a journey that ever fully ends. As long as you are alive, new situations, losses, and encounters will invite further integration. Yet even a partial movement in this direction can change the texture of experience. You may still suffer, but the suffering acquires a different meaning. You may still fail, but failure becomes less a verdict on your worth and more a piece of a larger pattern still unfolding. In the chapters that follow, we will look at some of the symbolic languages through which individuation has been imagined: alchemy, religion, synchronicity, and the strange convergences of inner and outer events. All of these, in Jung's view, are ways the psyche points beyond the narrow ego toward a more encompassing order. But it begins and returns here, with the willingness to ask, quietly and persistently, what in me is seeking to be lived more fully? What have I left in shadow, and what might it mean in this particular life, at this particular time, to become, step by step, image by image, act by act, more nearly who I am? Part 10. Alchemy as the Psychology of Transformation. In forgotten workshops and dim stone cellars, medieval alchemists stood over steaming flasks, watching metals blacken, dissolve, and slowly change. To us, it can look like a strange history of chemistry, a failed science obsessed with impossible goals. But through Jung's eyes, those cramped laboratories become something else entirely. They are theatres of the soul. he suggested that the alchemist was not only working on matter. Without knowing it, the alchemist was also working on himself. The metals, the flames, the vessels, the strange diagrams of suns and moons and dragons. All of these were outward images of inner processes. Because they lacked a psychological language, alchemists projected their unconscious onto their materials. What they observed in the flask was also happening in the depths of their own psyche. At the centre of this drama is the famous philosopher's stone, the mysterious lapis philosophorum that could, in legend, turn base metals into gold and grant healing or even immortality. Jung did not treat this as a literal substance. Instead, he saw in it a symbol of something the psyche has always longed for, a centre, a wholeness, a point where what is split and wounded in us can be brought together. The stone is an image of the self in his sense, the deeper, organizing totality of the personality that includes both conscious and unconscious. To reach this stone, alchemists described a sequence of operations and stages. The most important of these for Jung were nigredo, albedo, and rubedo. These are not only technical phases in a furnace, but images of the way a human life transforms. The language is old, but the experiences they point to are quietly familiar. Nigredo, the blackening, begins with breakdown. The material in the vessel is darkened, corrupted, putrefied. Symbolically, this is the moment when a stable identity falls apart. A depression that strips you of old certainties. A crisis in which what used to work no longer does. A relationship ending, a career collapsing, a sudden illness, or a loss that makes the world feel drained of meaning. It is tempting in such phases to see only failure. For the alchemist, however, this blackness was the necessary starting point of all real transformation. Psychologically, nigredo corresponds to the confrontation with the shadow and with the chaotic unconscious. The persona, the social mask, loses its polish. We see in ourselves envy, fear, aggression, emptiness, whatever we had preferred not to know. Jung noted that many serious analyses begin this way, with confusion, with painful self-knowledge, with the feeling of sinking into an inner darkness. In alchemical images, this is often shown as a king being killed, dismembered, or melted down. The ego, proud and certain, must undergo a symbolic death. Then comes albedo, the whitening. After the putrefaction, the texts describe a cleansing, a washing, a clarification. In images, the dark material is washed by gentle rains or bathed in luminous waters. Psychologically, albedo appears when some light is brought into the confusion. We begin to name feelings, to see patterns, to recognize that our suffering has a shape. Insight arrives in fragments. Dreams bring helpful images. A new language or a new symbol gives us a way of holding what once felt only chaotic. In albedo, opposites that were fused together in undifferentiated pain begin to separate. I am not only my rage. I am not only my failure. I can see both woundedness and strength, both fear and courage, without losing myself in either. The task is not yet union, but discrimination. Symbolically, the psyche is washed of the heavy black smoke of projection and panic. There is often a clean, almost fragile feeling here, like waking after a long illness, weak but more transparent to oneself. Only after this comes rubedo, the reddening. In the furnace, this is the stage where something new takes on a living, embodied colour. It is not just purified, it is enlivened. For Jung, this symbolized the moment when understanding and life come together. Not only do you see your patterns, you begin to live differently. A new attitude takes root. Creativity returns. Values shift from outer approval toward an inner sense of rightness. Inner figures, the shadow, the inner feminine or inner masculine. The neglected child are not just analyzed, but related to as living parts of a larger whole. Rubedo is often depicted as a royal marriage, the Konyangsho, the union of opposites. Sun and moon, king and queen. Sulfur and Mercury embrace and form a new reality. Psychologically, this is the experience that the opposites in us, reason and feeling, strength and vulnerability, autonomy and dependence, spirit and matter, do not only tear us apart. When related to consciously, they can fertilize each other. The ego does not disappear, but it is no longer the tyrant at the center of the universe. It becomes a servant of the self, the deeper organizing principle of the psyche. If we take Jung's alchemical lens seriously, then many modern experiences begin to look different. A burnout is no longer only a failure to cope with work, it is also a nigridu that asks for revaluation. A long, confusing period of therapy is not pointless wandering, but albedo, the washing and sorting of psychic material. The slow emergence of a truer vocation or a more honest relationship can be understood as rubedo, the reddening of life by a meaning that comes from within, not simply from cultural scripts. Crucial to all of this is the alchemical vessel, the sealed container in which the work is done. The texts warn that if the vessel cracks, the volatile essence escapes and the opus is ruined. Jung saw in this an image of psychological containment. A person needs a safe enough space, such as an analytic relationship, a trusted friendship, or a contemplative practice. Even a journal can serve as a vessel where the heated material of the unconscious can be held without spilling destructively into action. Without such a vessel, intense feelings erupt as impulsive behaviors, projections onto others, or ideological possession. In this sense, each of us is both the alchemist and the matter being transformed. Life itself becomes the laboratory. Conflicts, failures, and strange dreams are the raw material. Reflection, dialogue, and symbolic understanding are the fire that slowly works on us. The imagery of dragons, cauldrons, dissolving bodies, and radiant stones may seem distant from a modern bedroom or office. Yet Jung's proposal is that, beneath our contemporary language, the same drama is still unfolding. To view your own difficulties alchemically is not to romanticize them. It is to ask, in the midst of them, what is being cooked down, what is dying, and what might be struggling to be born. It is to wonder whether the base metal of your most problematic traits, your stubbornness, your sensitivity, your hunger for recognition could, with time and honest attention, be transmuted into strength, empathy, or genuine achievement. The philosopher's stone, then, is not a magical shortcut. It is the distant image of a hard, one, inner orientation in which you are more nearly whole. Seen this way, alchemy is less a superstition from the past and more a forgotten language for the soul's transformations. It offers a way of honouring the depth and necessity of your own crisis. After walking with Jung through these old images, the question becomes quieter and more personal. If my life is a slow alchemical work, what stage am I in now, and what kind of vessel do I need to endure the fire without losing myself? Part 11. The psychological necessity of religion. At sunrise, before the emails and the traffic and the noise, many people feel a quick, nameless pull. It may come as gratitude or unease, or a question that has no clear object. It might flash through in a moment of beauty or in the heaviness of grief. Jung thought that in these moments, something in us is reaching beyond the narrow frame of the everyday. This reaching, he believed, is what lies at the heart of religion. He did not mean only church attendance or belief in specific doctrines. For Jung, religion, in its broad psychological sense, referred to the way the psyche responds to what feels greater than the ego, to powers, meanings, or depths that we do not simply invent or control. He called this dimension the numinous, experiences that carry a peculiar weight, a sense of being addressed by something other than our conscious will. You can feel that numinosity in a cathedral, but also at a hospital bed, in a forest, or in the shock of a dream that will not let you go. Against thinkers who dismissed religion as childish illusion or collective neurosis, Jung argued that this orientation to the numinous is a basic function of the human psyche. Just as the body needs food and sleep, the soul needs symbols and experiences that connect it with a larger pattern of meaning. We may argue over the correct theology or refuse all theology, yet the underlying need remains. Where it is acknowledged and given a language, it can support growth. Where it is denied, it tends to return in more distorted forms. In his view, the gods and spirits and sacred figures of the world's religions are imaginal faces of deeper psychic structures. These are the archetypes of the collective unconscious, the mother of mercy, the wrathful judge, the sacrificial hero, the wise guide, the trickster who overturns order. These appear in myths and scriptures, but they also rise spontaneously in dreams and fantasies. Jung did not claim to know whether there is or is not a metaphysical deity behind these images. His concern was that, as psychic realities, they act upon us with great power. This is why he distinguished between creed, bound, religion, and what he called a religious attitude. A creed, a doctrine, a ritual system, these are outer forms. A religious attitude is an inner posture of listening and response to the living symbols that arise from within and from tradition. A person may be outwardly devout, yet inwardly cut off from their own depths, clinging to dogma as a defense against genuine encounter. Another person may reject formal religion, yet be engaged in a serious, humble dialogue with the numinous dimensions of their own experience. For Jung, it was the latter posture that mattered most for psychological health. Religious symbols, in this sense, function as bridges between the conscious ego and the unconscious. Consider the image of a suffering saviour or a dying and resurrecting God. Psychologically, such images can help a person endure experiences of loss and renewal, giving them a pattern in which their pain is not meaningless. Or think of a mandala, a sacred circle from Buddhist, Hindu, or Christian traditions. Again and again, this form appears in patients' drawings and dreams during times of inner reorganization. It gives a visible shape to the feeling that life is seeking a new center. When these symbolic bridges are missing, the psyche does not simply stay neutral. Jung believed that the religious function, the drive toward wholeness and meaning, does not disappear. It is displaced. In a strongly secular environment, it can shift toward politics, nationalism, consumerism, or personal success. Ideologies acquire a tone of absolute certainty. Economic growth or technological progress are invested with hopes and fears that once surrounded the gods. Leaders are treated as saviors or demons. The language is modern, but the emotional structure is religious. This is one of the reasons Jung warned about the psychological dangers of a purely materialistic worldview. When nothing is allowed to be sacred, the psyche rebels. It pushes its need for depth and orientation into areas that cannot really carry it. A career becomes not just important but ultimate. A romantic relationship is expected to provide redemption. A political cause is experienced as a holy war. These intensities often signal that an archetype, not just a personal preference, is at work behind the scenes. Jung's proposal, then, is not that everyone should return to traditional religion in a simple way. He was aware of the damages done in the name of God, of the conflicts between science and doctrine, of the ways institutions can become rigid. Rather, he invites us to recognize that the dimension we call religious corresponds to deep structures of the psyche itself. To live as if this dimension did not exist is to cut oneself off from a major source of integration and renewal. In practical terms, a psychologically alive religious attitude might look like this: taking your dreams seriously when they are charged with an unfamiliar gravity, allowing yourself to feel awe in the presence of beauty or birth or death, without instantly reducing it to chemistry or dismissing it as sentimentality. Engaging with myths, scriptures, or spiritual practices not as final explanations, but as symbolic maps that speak to your own journey toward wholeness. It might also mean examining the places where you are, in fact, religious without knowing it, where you invest absolute faith in your nation, your ideology, your productivity, or your rational mind. From Jung's standpoint, the question is less do you or do you not believe, and more how do you relate to the archetypal powers that shape your soul. Whether they appear as gods, ideals, or historical forces, they will claim your attention. Religion, understood psychologically, is the attempt to negotiate that relationship consciously, rather than being carried by it blindly. This sets the stage for a further, more delicate inquiry: how does the image of God itself live in the psyche, and what happens when we try to banish it altogether? Part 12. The God image and the critique of Atheism. Beyond arguments for or against the existence of God lies a quieter, more intimate fact: human beings keep producing images of the divine. Even when they deny them, they circle around them. They joke about them, rage against them, or secretly long for them. Jung called attention to this stubborn psychological phenomenon. Before we debate theology, he suggested we might first ask what the word God actually does inside the psyche. He drew a sharp line between the metaphysical question and the psychological one. Whether there is a supreme being beyond the universe is, in his view, a matter that psychology cannot settle. But what psychology can address is the reality of the God image in the soul. By God image he meant the most powerful, comprehensive symbol through which a person imagines ultimate meaning, order, or value. It may be the God of a traditional religion. It may be a more abstract idea like reason, nature, history, or progress. It may also be a personal ideal such as the perfected self. This image functions as a kind of inner apex. It stands at the top of the psyche's hierarchy of values. Around it, other attitudes and commitments quietly arrange themselves. It shapes what a person finds bearable or unbearable, what they consider unforgivable, what they are willing to sacrifice for. In Jung's framework, this place of ultimate orientation corresponds, at depth, to the archetype of the self, the organizing center and totality of the personality. The God image is, psychologically, how the self appears to consciousness. Because of this, the question is not simply whether one believes in God, but how one relates to this inner image of ultimacy. A traditional believer may imagine a personal, loving Lord. A scientist may frame their highest value in the language of truth and evidence. A political activist may envision a just and liberated society as the highest good. On the surface, these are very different, yet they all carry a numinous charge. People mobilize immense energy in their name. They tolerate suffering and conflict for their sake. This is where Jung's critique of certain forms of atheism and materialism enters. He observed that many modern people declare that they have left God behind, that there is nothing beyond matter and energy. Yet psychologically, they remain as passionately oriented toward ultimate values as any believer. The religious function has not vanished, it has migrated. The God image, as an archetypal pattern, does not disappear because we oppose it. As Jung put it in a characteristically paradoxical way, whether you assert a thing or deny it, you confirm its existence, at least as a psychic factor. When a person is fiercely anti-religious, spending great emotional energy on proving that believers are foolish or harmful, that very intensity betrays an unconscious bond to the God image. The denied figure still dominates the inner stage. It is simply being fought instead of loved. Likewise, a strict materialist who treats matter or scientific method as absolutely sufficient for all questions may unconsciously sacralize them. They become untouchable dogmas rather than provisional tools. In each case, the claim to pure neutrality hides a deeper, unexamined commitment. Jung did not argue against science or against thoughtful unbelief. He had great respect for empirical investigation. His target was reductionism, the view that anything not measurable in physical terms is unreal or worthless. For the psyche, he insisted, experiences of meaning, value, and numinosity are facts. Dreams, visions, synchronicities, religious emotions, these occur, they move people, they change lives. To explain them away as nothing but brain chemistry or social conditioning is, in his eyes, to miss their distinctive character. He pointed out that materialism is itself a metaphysical stance. It claims that reality is fundamentally physical, that consciousness and value are secondary byproducts. This claim cannot be proven in a laboratory, because it is the background assumption of the laboratory itself. In that sense, it functions similarly to a religious belief. It offers a picture of what ultimately is, and what counts as real. When its adherents refuse to recognize its presuppositions, they risk turning it into what Jung called an unconscious confession of faith. From a psychological standpoint, the deeper problem with a one-sidedly atheistic or materialistic outlook is not that it is morally bad, but that it can leave the religious function of the psyche without a conscious object. The need for meaning, for orientation towards something greater, does not die. If no symbolic relationship to a larger whole is acknowledged, this need tends to fasten itself onto partial, worldly objects: a party, a leader, a theory, a lifestyle. These are then absolutized. Dissent becomes heresy. Nuance is rejected. The tone becomes more and more like that of rigid religion, even while religion is being condemned. Jung's proposal is not that everyone must believe in a traditional God. Rather, he suggests that we honestly face the fact that each of us carries a God image, however we name it. To work with this image consciously is to ask, what do I treat as ultimate? What do I fear or hope in most deeply? What value or reality organizes my choices when I am most honest? For one person, this may still be a personal deity. For another, it may be justice, beauty, love, or truth. For yet another, it may be their own ego, and recognizing that can be the beginning of change. Once this inner image is brought into awareness, it can be critiqued and transformed. A punitive, all-seeing God, image may soften as a person encounters more compassionate inner and outer figures. An ideal of rational control may learn to coexist with mystery and feeling. A God of nationalism may be relativized by encounters with other cultures and with the sheer complexity of history. In Jung's terms, the self gradually differentiates itself from the narrow forms in which it was first projected. Seen in this light, the arguments between theism and atheism can look less like final answers and more like surface ripples over a deeper process. Something in the human psyche reaches for an image of wholeness and ultimacy. It will find one in the symbols of religion, or in secular ideals, or in private obsessions. Jung invites us not to take sides too quickly in the external debate, but to listen underneath it. What is the shape of the God image at work in this person, in this culture, in myself? How conscious is it? How destructive or creative is its influence? As our exploration continues, this question will follow us into Jung's reflections on synchronicity, the occult, and the dangers of the mass psyche. For now, it may be enough to pause and sense that whatever your beliefs, you live in relation to something you treat as ultimate. The image you hold of that ultimacy is not just an idea. It is a living factor in your psychological life. To see it clearly is one of the most demanding and potentially liberating acts of inner honesty that Jung's work asks of us. Part 13. Synchronicity meaning beyond causality. At times, life arranges itself in ways that feel almost scripted. You think of someone you have not seen in years, and an hour later they call. You dream of a specific, unlikely image, and the next day you walk straight into it. You make a private decision, and the outer world suddenly seems to echo it through symbols, songs, or chance encounters. Most of the time we brush these moments aside. We say, "What a coincidence," and move on. Yet a few of them stay with us. Not because they are statistically strange, but because they arrive at exactly the right emotional moment, carrying a sense of meaning that feels larger than explanation. This borderland between chance and meaning is where Jung placed the idea of synchronicity. He described synchronicity as an causal connecting principle, in simple terms, a way that inner and outer events can line up, not because one caused the other, but because both are expressions of the same underlying pattern of meaning. Instead of asking, "What caused this?" he invites us to ask, "Why did this matter at this particular moment in my life?" One of his most famous stories comes from a therapy session with a young woman. She was intelligent, rational, and very resistant to anything that smelled of the irrational or symbolic. For a long time their work remained stuck. Every attempt to explore deeper material was met with cold logic. Then one day she began telling Jung a dream. In the dream she received a precious piece of jewelry, a golden scarab. As she spoke, Jung heard a light tapping at the window behind him. He turned and saw an insect repeatedly hitting the glass from outside. In Switzerland, scarab beetles are rare. Yet there, at that exact moment, was a scarab-eyed beetle trying to get into the room. Jung opened the window, caught the creature, and quietly placed it into his patient's hand. The effect was immediate. The woman, confronted with a living echo of her inner image, could no longer maintain her rigid, purely rational stance. Something in her cracked open. The coincidence did not prove any doctrine, but it moved her, and their work shifted. For Jung, the importance of this episode was not the bug itself. It was the way an outer event mirrored an inner state, with such precision that it pierced the defences of the conscious mind. The dream, the beetle, the cultural symbolism of the scarab as a sign of rebirth, all converged into a single moment, charged with meaning. Was it chance? Possibly. A statistician could calculate the odds and shrug, but Jung's point was different whether or not the event obeys the laws of probability. It behaved psychologically as if the world had answered a hidden question inside her. Synchronicity, in this sense, is less about breaking the rules of physics and more about revealing the depth of our involvement with reality. We usually think of causality as a one-way street. A billiard ball strikes another, a neuron fires, a word is spoken, and an effect follows. It is a powerful way of thinking and indispensable for science, technology, and everyday life. But there is another way to look at events, not in terms of cause and effect, but in terms of pattern and meaning. A melody is not only a series of vibrations in the air, it is also a form that makes sense as a whole. Certain notes belong together, not because one causes the other, but because they share a structure. Jung felt that some coincidences behave like that. They belong together because they share an underlying pattern of meaning, even if no causal chain connects them. To deepen this idea, Jung entered into a decades-long dialogue with the physicist Wolfgang Pauli. Pauli was wrestling with the strange implications of quantum physics, where particles appear to influence each other instantly across distances, and where observation and reality seem strangely entangled. Their letters revealed two minds circling the same question from different sides. Is there a deeper order, neither purely mental nor purely material, in which both psyche and matter participate. Jung called this imagined layer the unus mundus, the own world. In this view, your thoughts and the events around you are not entirely separate domains that occasionally collide. They are different expressions of a single, more fundamental reality. Synchronicities would then be places where this unity becomes visible, cracks in the usual separation between inner and outer. Moments when the world seems to speak in the language of your own unconscious. He saw such moments clustering around times of crisis, transition, or intense inner work. In psychotherapy, they often appeared when a person was approaching something vital in themselves, a buried memory, a major decision, a new attitude toward life. Dream symbols and chance encounters would start to echo one another, as if an archetype in the collective unconscious had been activated. This organizing meant both inner imagery and outer events aligned around a shared theme. Whether or not you accept any metaphysical explanation for this, you may recognize the experience when a theme suddenly saturates your world. You begin reflecting on death, and in a few days you notice a film, a song and a conversation with a stranger all circling the same topic. You start contemplating a move or a breakup, and small incidents line up to nudge you or to warn you. From a skeptical standpoint, this is selection bias. We filter reality and remember only what fits our current concerns. Our pattern seeking mind stitches meaning into randomness. From Jung's standpoint, that filtering process is itself psychologically significant. The unconscious selects and highlights those events that carry the pattern it wants you to see. The world becomes a kind of living Rorschach test, and synchronicities are the blots that suddenly snap into focus. He was careful, though. He did not want us to turn every coincidence into a revelation. To inflate synchronicity into a constant message stream from the universe is to lose discernment and to fall into superstition. Instead, he suggested a more modest, inner use. Treat synchronicities as possible markers of where your life is trying to move. When a coincidence grips you with a sense of meaning, pause. Ask what inner state it mirrors, what decision it crystallizes, what fear or desire it brings into relief. Nothing may come. Or something very simple may appear, like, I can no longer ignore this relationship, or this work is killing me, or I need to grieve this loss. In that way, synchronicity becomes a psychological tool, not a proof that everything happens for a reason, but a prompt to listen more carefully to the pattern of your own experience. Jung extended this attitude to practices like astrology and the I Ching. He did not treat them as mechanical predictors of fate, but as elaborate symbolic systems that can constellate meaning around a question. Casting a horoscope or throwing coins was, for him, another way of inviting the unconscious to speak through patterns that feel causal, yet meaningful. You do not have to share his interest in such methods to follow the deeper point. There are moments when linear explanations feel too thin for what is happening in and around you. Synchronicity offers a language for that thickness. It honors that sometimes the right book falls into your hands, the right words reach you, or the right image appears in a dream, at a time when it can truly alter your course. The risk is obvious. We might see messages where there are none, and absolve ourselves of responsibility by claiming, "The universe told me so." Jung knew this danger well. For him, any supposed message from beyond still had to be weighed by the inner authority of the self, the deeper centre of the psyche. This self integrates instinct, feeling, thought, and conscience. If a coincidence flatters your ego or offers a convenient escape, he would invite suspicion. If it humbles you, confronts you with your shadow, or nudges you toward a more whole, more honest life, then it may deserve attention. Meaning beyond causality does not relieve you of choice. It simply suggests that your choices are woven into a larger pattern than you can see. As you look back over your own story, you might notice one or two such turning points. Times when an encounter, an image, or a chance event arrived with a quiet inevitability. Like a door appearing in a wall you had been pushing against for years. Whether we call these moments synchronicity, grace, or simply the mystery of being alive, they remind us that the psyche is not an isolated island. It is in constant, subtle conversation with the world. And sometimes, for a brief instant, that conversation becomes audible. Part 14. Explorations of the Paranormal and Occult. In dim rooms at the turn of the 20th century, the dead were invited to speak. Tables tilted, hands joined. Candles flickered while mediums entered trance and let unfamiliar voices come through their mouths. It was a time when spiritualism spread through Europe and America as both entertainment and consolation, offering contact with lost loved ones and glimpses of invisible worlds. This was the atmosphere in which the young Carl Jung conducted his first serious research. Not in a laboratory of test tubes and microscopes, but in the small gatherings where his own cousin Helene served as a medium. He watched her slip into altered states. He recorded the personalities that emerged, the strange knowledge they seemed to display, the shifting accents and gestures. He also watched her in ordinary life and saw the tensions, conflicts, and wounded feelings that never appeared in the science scripts. His first doctoral thesis did not declare that spirits were real, nor did it dismiss everything as deception. Instead, he treated these phenomena as expressions of the unconscious, parts of the person that had split off, taken on names and stories, and returned in dramatic form. For Jung, the question was not simply, is it real or fake? But what psychic reality is taking shape here, and why does it need this form? That stance would mark his whole relationship to the paranormal and the occult. He tried to hold a middle position between blind belief and automatic skepticism. On the one side, he saw the dangers of credulity, the surrender of judgment to mediums, gurus, or unseen forces. On the other, he saw how a rigid materialism can become its own superstition, refusing to look at experiences that do not fit its frame. He did not have this luxury himself. Strange events pressed in on his life, from childhood objects breaking without clear cause, sudden cracks sounding through the house during times of emotional tension, uncanny dreams that preceded outer happenings. He watched similar patterns in his patients. Just when a person was nearing a buried trauma or an unacknowledged desire, odd coincidences, apparitions, or intense telepathic feelings would appear. He could have called all of this hallucination and moved on. Instead, he asked what these anomalies might be saying about the nature of the psyche. When Jung turned to occult traditions, to astrology, alchemy, Gnosticism, or the I Ching, he was not primarily hunting for magical techniques. He was looking for symbolic maps of inner life. He cast hundreds of horoscopes, not to trap people in fate, but to explore how planetary symbols might mirror psychological tendencies. The chart became a mandala of the personality, an image that could sometimes illuminate long, standing patterns or conflicts. He experimented with the I Ching in a similar way. You hold a question inwardly, throw coins, and receive a hexagram with its ancient text. From a purely causal perspective, the outcome is random, but Jung was less interested in physical causation than in the field of meaning that forms between a questioner and a symbolic answer. If the text resonates, if it stirs something you already dimly sensed, then the process has served as a mirror for the unconscious. If it leaves you cold, you set it aside. The value is not in fortune-telling, but in the conversation it opens with yourself. His attitude toward more frightening phenomena, ghosts, poltergeists, apparitions, was similarly double. On the one hand, he took reports seriously. On the other, he insisted on psychological interpretation. A house haunted by footsteps and moving objects might be, on his reading, a home filled with unspoken rage or grief. The psyche, unable to find conscious expression, erupts into the physical environment in ways that feel alien and terrifying. The ghost, then, is not necessarily a deceased stranger, but a disowned part of the living. Later in life, Jung turned his gaze to a very modern mystery, flying saucers. In the 1950s, stories of circular craft in the sky spread through newspapers and television. People glimpsed lights, discs, and strange formations, and governments both denied and investigated. Jung approached this not as a ufologist, but as a psychologist. Why, he asked, had the image of a luminous circle seized? The world's imagination, at exactly this historical moment, in the shadow of nuclear weapons and global anxiety. He noticed how many reports, drawings, and dreams depicted round objects, mandala-like forms and radiant spheres. For him, these were classic images of wholeness, of the self. In a fragmented, anxious age, the sky itself seemed to be producing symbols of unity and completion, whether or not any physical craft were present. In this sense, UFOs were a modern myth of things seen in the skies. A myth not because it was false, but because it embodied a collective psychological need. Again, he refused to collapse the question into a single answer. Something is seen, he wrote, but we do not know what. It may be physical, psychological, or some mixture of both. To decide too quickly is to shut down inquiry. Across all these explorations, a pattern emerges. Jung treats the occult not as a catalogue of supernatural facts, nor as a field of mere delusion, but as an unwieldy museum of the soul's attempts to understand itself. Where traditional religions once held dreams, visions, and mysterious experiences within shared symbols, the modern West often leaves them to mediums, fringe movements, or private confusion. The occult becomes a dumping ground for everything our official worldview cannot easily name. Jung's project was to retrieve these scattered pieces and translate them into psychological language. Not to tame them completely, He knew the psyche would always exceed our theories, but to give them a place in our understanding of human life. For you, this approach offers a gentle reframe of the uncanny in your own experience. Perhaps you have felt the presence of someone who has died. Perhaps you have had a dream that seemed to come true in detail. Perhaps an atmosphere of something wrong in a house or workplace has been so strong that it felt almost tangible. You do not have to decide, once and for all, whether spirits or telepathy exist. You can begin with a simpler, humbler question. What in my own psyche is taking this form? What feeling, fear or longing is being expressed through this experience? Viewed this way, the paranormal is not only about other worlds. It is also about the depth of this world, the layers of meaning and symbol through which your own life tries to speak. There is still room, if you wish, for metaphysical belief. Jung never proved, nor tried to prove, that all such events are only psychological. He left the ultimate nature of reality open. But he insisted that, whatever their source, these phenomena always have a psychological dimension. They affect the human soul. They call for interpretation. And so, instead of asking only, did it really happen? You might also ask, why did it happen to me now in this way? What does it ask me to see about myself, my relationships, my way of living? Between the cold comfort of debunking and the intoxicating excitement of belief, there is this quieter path of reflection. On it, even the strangest experience can become not a threat or a trophy, but a doorway into a more honest conversation with your own depths. Part 15. The Dangers of the Mass Psyche. Through history, crowds have moved with a power that no single person inside them fully understands. A lone individual hesitates to harm, to shout, to break. But in a rally, a stadium, a revolution, or even a social media swarm, the tone shifts. Emotions spread like fire. Nuance burns away. People say and do things they would never have imagined in solitude. Jung saw in these eruptions something more than social pressure. He saw the workings of what he called the mass psyche, the collective unconscious stirring, flooding individual minds with archetypal energies that blur personal responsibility. In his writings on the rise of Nazism, he used a striking image. He likened the German nation of the 1930s to a man possessed by an ancient god. Old mythic figures, long dormant in the cultural imagination, had awakened under the pressures of humiliation, economic collapse, and wounded pride. They surged up through the population, clothed themselves in political slogans and national symbols, and carried millions along. Whether or not one accepts his specific mythic reading, the psychological pattern is recognizable. Under enough fear and hardship, people become receptive to simple stories. A collective fantasy forms a savior leader, a golden past to be restored, a scapegoat to be blamed, an enemy to be destroyed. The individual, already estranged from their own depths, finds in these stories a borrowed sense of meaning. Personal doubts and conflicts are drowned in a sea of shared certainty. Jung worried that this dynamic was not confined to any one ideology or country. He saw it as a general danger of modern mass society. As populations grow, institutions expand, and technology ties us into ever larger networks, it becomes easier to treat persons as units, votes, consumers, demographic segments, people like you. We are counted, categorized, targeted, and managed. There is usefulness in this. Public health, infrastructure, and education all depend on thinking in terms of numbers. But something subtle happens when we are seen and come to see ourselves primarily this way. We begin to internalize the view that we are interchangeable, that our value lies only in fitting into a role worker, follower, supporter of a cause. Our unique inner lives seem less important than the demands of the group. In this condition, the door opens for what Jung called a psychic epidemic. Just as a virus spreads by exploiting vulnerabilities in bodies, a collective delusion spreads by exploiting vulnerabilities in souls. The unexamined shadow, our own capacity for cruelty, envy, and fear, seeks an outlet. Instead of meeting it inwardly, we project it outward onto some group or symbol. In a mass movement, this projection is shared and reinforced. Thousands or millions agree on whom to hate, whom to fear, whom to worship. The inner work that would have been required of each individual is replaced by a simple rule: be loyal to the cause. Jung's warning here is not abstract. In the 20th century, he saw entire nations swept into destructive projects under the banner of unity, equality, or national greatness. The specific slogans differed. But the psychological structure was similar. The individual was sacrificed to an idea of the collective, and that idea itself was driven by unconscious forces. He noticed how, under such conditions, language shifts. People no longer speak from their own experience. They repeat phrases. They identify themselves entirely with roles. Soldier of the revolution, defender of the faith, guardian of the race, member of the party. Statistics and categories replace names and faces. When this happens, conscience weakens. If the group demands it, almost anything can be justified. It is easy to see this pattern in the extreme forms of totalitarianism. It is harder and more important to notice its subtler versions in our own time. Today many of us do not march in literal parades or attend mass rallies. Instead we gather in digital crowds. Hashtags, comment threads, and algorithmic feeds can unite millions around outrage, fear, or idealism within hours. On your screen, you may feel you are acting alone, expressing your individual opinion. Yet often you are also being drawn into archetypal dramas of guilt and innocence, purity and contamination, hero and villain. The same human tendencies that once filled stadiums can now spiral through networks. Jung would likely see this as another arena where the mass psyche operates. An angry post is shared, repeated, amplified. Nuance collapses into slogans. Complex human beings become symbols of everything we love or hate. The relief of belonging to a camp, a side, a righteous "we" can be intoxicating. He would not advise withdrawal from society. He was not calling for hermits. Instead, he stressed the need for inner independence within the crowd. That independence, for Jung, is the fruit of individuation. As you gradually build a relationship to your own unconscious, your shadow, your fears, and your unlived potentials, you become less likely to hand them over to leaders and movements. If you have faced your own capacity for aggression, you are less eager to project it onto some enemy group and demand their destruction. If you have honored your own need for meaning, you are less tempted by slogans that offer instant purpose. If you have begun to sense an inner center of value, that does not depend on numbers, likes, or approval, you are harder to sweep away in the tides of opinion. This is not a guarantee. No one is immune to collective pressure. But individuation strengthens a certain inner spine. Jung also pointed to the danger of what he called nothing but thinking in mass society. The reduction of persons to their economic function, their biological traits, or their ideological labels. When we say, he is nothing but a conservative, she is nothing but a liberal, they are nothing but immigrants, nothing but elites, we have already stripped away most of their humanity in our minds. From there, mistreatment becomes easier. The path from contemptuous words to harmful actions is shorter than we like to admit. Against this, Jung proposed a simple but demanding practice. To see in each person an inner life as complex and mysterious as your own. To remember that behind every opinion there is a story. Behind every outburst, a history of pain and longing. This does not require agreement. It does not forbid you from opposing harmful ideas or systems. But it asks that, even in opposition, you resist the temptation to erase the other's humanity. For him, the ultimate danger of the mass, Psyche, was not merely political tyranny. It was the eclipse of the soul. When collective identities become our only source of meaning, the inner journey stalls. We no longer ask, who am I really? What is my task, my truth, my responsibility? Instead we ask, which side am I on? Who is with us? Who is against us? The inner voice grows faint under the shouting of the crowd. In our own time, you can watch this process in small ways within yourself. Notice how it feels when you consume news or online conflict for hours. Do you leave with greater clarity about your own life, or with a fog of agitation and borrowed indignation? Notice the subtle relief when your own doubts are drowned in a flood of shared opinions. Notice the anxiety when you consider stepping outside your group's expectations. These are not reasons for shame. They are invitations to see how deeply social animals we are and how easily that need for belonging can be turned against our individuality. Jung would encourage you to cultivate a different kind of belonging to your own depths, to a community that supports inner work, to values that do not depend on dominance. In the end, the antidote to the dangers of the mass psyche is not isolation, but consciousness. A slow, patient effort to know yourself well enough that you cannot be entirely absorbed by any collective fantasy. If enough individuals undertake this work, the crowd itself can change. It need not be a herd driven by fear or hatred. It can become a gathering of persons who, while sharing goals and responsibilities, remain rooted in their own inner centers. That vision may sound modest compared to utopian dreams of a perfect society. Yet for Jung, it was precisely this modest, interior revolution. A human being becoming more truly themselves that offered the strongest defense against the darkest possibilities of our shared life. Part 16. The Individual Authority and the State. In every society, visible power is only the surface of something deeper. Behind the speeches, laws, and institutions, there is always an invisible drama taking place in the human psyche. Jung believed that to understand authority and the state, we must first look at what happens inside a single individual. Authority, in his view, is not just a matter of force or legal procedure. It begins as an inner experience. As children, we meet authority in the figures who care for us and restrain us. The parent who comforts and the parent who forbids are often the first images of order we carry within. Over time, these early impressions condense into what Jung called archetypal patterns: the wise guide, the stern judge, the nurturing protector, the distant ruler. When we do not recognize these patterns operating in us, we tend to project them outward. We look for saviors, for strong fathers, for flawless leaders who will tell us who we are and what to do. We hand over our uncertainty, our fear, and our longing for meaning to outer authorities. The more disconnected we are from our own center, the more tempting this transfer becomes. For Jung, authentic authority begins the moment a person turns inward and faces their own psyche. Not in a narcissistic way, but in an honest confrontation with shadow, fear, and responsibility. The individual who has walked some of this path no longer needs to be ruled entirely from the outside. They begin to carry a sense of inner lawfulness, a quiet knowledge of what they can and cannot do that does not depend on applause or threat. He often hinted at a kind of inner sovereign, at the core of the personality, the self. This is not the ego that wants recognition or control, but a deeper center that tries to organize life into meaning. When a person listens to this inner center, the commands of purely external power lose their absolute hold. Such a person might cooperate with the state, but they are less likely to surrender their conscience to it. From this angle, hierarchy itself is not automatically oppressive. Within the psyche, different parts of us mature at different rates. Some capacities are more developed, more reliable, more able to take responsibility. Jung sometimes compared this to a natural inner hierarchy. The ego should not obey every impulse or mood as if all were equal. It must learn to listen to deeper insight, to the long-term view, to the truths that emerge from sustained reflection and encounter with the unconscious. Carried outward, this suggests a vision of social order in which not every opinion is identical in weight, but where responsibility is linked to maturity. An authority that deserves respect in this view is one that has wrestled with its own shadow. A leader who has faced inner darkness is less likely to unconsciously act it out on others. Without that work, power easily becomes inflated, and the leader starts to believe they embody the nation, the truth, or even destiny itself. Jung watched with concern as the 20th century produced exactly this kind of inflation. States claimed total allegiance. Parties demanded unquestioning loyalty. Leaders allowed the archetype of the savior king to take them over. They were no longer ordinary human beings, answerable to limits and law. They became screens for collective fantasies of redemption and revenge. In such conditions, the individual shrinks. People no longer stand before the state as responsible persons with inner depth. They become what Jung called depotentiated units, counted statistically, moved in masses, addressed as crowds rather than souls. The more the state promises security, meaning, and identity, the more tempting it is to surrender personal struggle. Yet the price of this comfort is high, a gradual erosion of one's inner life. Jung did not dream of a world without institutions. He understood the need for law, for administration, for shared rules that prevent chaos. But he insisted that there must be a boundary the state cannot cross, the inner sanctuary of the individual psyche. The role of a healthy state, in his imagination, is to provide enough external order that people are free to undertake inner work. Once the state tries to dictate what to believe, how to feel, or which images may live in the soul, it intrudes on sacred ground. This is why he was wary of systems that claimed to solve all human problems through political redesign alone. When a political order rests on the fantasy that the right structure will eliminate conflict, guilt, or limitation, it tends to demand total compliance. Dissent is not just disagreement, it becomes heresy. The apparatus of power then feels entitled to penetrate every corner of life, including the symbolic and spiritual dimensions. From a Jungian perspective, the deepest tension is not simply between the citizen and the state, but between outer law and inner law. The outer law is written in codes and constitutions. The inner law is written in dreams, intuitions, and the persistent sense of what your life is asking of you. The task of a mature individual is to stand at the crossroads of these two orders and refuse to betray either lightly. There are moments when outer authority genuinely protects life, restrains cruelty, and holds a fragile peace. There are other moments when that same authority demands the abandonment of conscience. Jung would not give a simple rule for all situations. Instead, he invites each person to cultivate an inner forum, a place of honest deliberation, where the psyche's various voices are heard before obedience is given or refused. In this way, the psychological path of individuation has political consequences. The more people learn to recognize projections, the less they will load their unmet needs onto leaders. The more they own their shadow, the less they will demand that the state punish scapegoats in their name. The more they listen to their own depths, the less they will be dazzled by the glitter of absolute promises. None of this guarantees a perfect society. Jung was cautious about utopias. But it does suggest a different starting point for thinking about authority and hierarchy. Rather than asking only, who should rule? We might ask, what is ruling me from within? 2. What image of power am I unconsciously loyal? As you move through your own life, with its jobs, laws, rules, and social expectations, this perspective offers a quiet experiment. When you feel compelled by authority, pause for a moment and ask, is this just an outer demand, or is some inner figure involved as well? Am I reacting to a present reality, or to an image of the Father, the Judge, the Saviour, that I have carried for years? In that pause, a slight distance appears between you and the collective forces that press upon you. It is in this narrow space that inner freedom begins. not the freedom to escape all structures, but the freedom to respond as a whole person, rather than as a fragment moved by unseen hands. For Jung, any hope for a humane politics starts here in individuals willing to risk this inner work. So that authority, hierarchy, and the state do not simply repeat the unconscious, dramas of a humanity that has never met itself. Part 17. Ideological Extremes and Psychic Epidemics. Across modern history, there are periods when people seem to lose themselves in movements. Ordinary individuals, who might otherwise be thoughtful and restrained, become swept into currents of certainty and rage. Neighbours turn into enemies. Nuance disappears. Jung tried to understand these moments not only as social or economic phenomena, but as disturbances in the collective psyche. He spoke of what he called psychic epidemics. The metaphor is careful. Just as a physical virus passes from body to body, something invisible can move from mind to mind. Fear, hope, hatred, and longing can all be contagious. Under certain conditions, they crystallize into ideologies, systems of belief that claim to explain everything and demand total loyalty. An ideology, in this sense, does more than offer a political program. It tells people who they are. It divides the world cleanly into the righteous and the guilty, the awakened and the blind, the chosen and the disposable. It offers easy answers to complex questions and a sense of belonging to a grand drama. In times of uncertainty, this can feel like a relief. Jung saw danger in any worldview that insisted on one single literal truth about human beings. Not because truth does not exist, but because the psyche itself is many-sided. When a movement tolerates only one side of reality, what is left out does not simply vanish. It sinks into the unconscious, gathers force, and returns in distorted form. This is where the psychology of the shadow becomes political, when a group defines itself as purely good or purely rational. It must place everything messy, irrational, or cruel somewhere else. Often that somewhere else becomes another group of people. They are blamed for the darkness the movement cannot acknowledge in itself. History shows how quickly this mechanism can escalate. What begins as criticism of an opponent's ideas can slide into the dehumanization of that opponent as such. The other side is no longer mistaken but evil, no longer misguided but subhuman. Once this image takes root, almost any action can be justified in the name of cleansing, progress, or survival. For Jung, the most disturbing feature of ideological extremes was that people, under their spell, often believe they are unusually moral or enlightened. They feel certain they are serving humanity, history, or divine will. From within that conviction, doubts appear as weakness. Ambivalence looks like betrayal. The individual conscience is replaced by the party line, the slogan, or the sacred text of the movement. Psychically, this resembles possession. An archetypal image, such as the avenging hero, the revolutionary, the loyal soldier, or the martyr, takes over the personality. The person begins to speak and act as if they were merely an instrument of this force. They may feel larger than themselves, carried by destiny, but their own complexity, with its conflicting feelings and questions, falls silent. Jung was particularly struck by how mass, media, and modern organization intensify this process. A symbol, a phrase, or an image can be broadcast to millions, bypassing reflection and going straight to feeling. Repetition ritual and coordinated displays of unity can generate a powerful sense of fusion. In such moments, the individual stops feeling like an I and dissolves into we. This merging can be intoxicating. For a while, loneliness, doubt, and inner conflict recede. The movement offers an identity already packaged: what to value, what to fear, whom to trust, whom to hate. All the inner work of wrestling with uncertainty seems unnecessary. Yet, what is gained externally is often lost internally. The price of belonging can be the abandonment of one's own depths. Jung did not limit his critique to one political side. He warned against fascist hero worship and against rigid, materialist collectivism alike. What concerned him was any arrangement, right or left, religious or secular, that asked people to sacrifice their individuality to an abstract ideal and to mistrust their own inner experience. How, then, can one resist a psychic epidemic without retreating into apathy or cynicism? Jung's answer was not to withdraw from the world, but to deepen one's relationship with the unconscious. Individuation, in his sense, is not a private luxury. It is a kind of inner vaccination against totalizing belief. This does not mean refusing all commitments. It means remaining aware that every position, however necessary, is still partial. It means watching for the telltale signs of possession in oneself, the rising heat of moral superiority, the inability to listen, the thrill of imagining enemies finally defeated. It means noticing when your language about others becomes flattening and cruel. Inner work also involves learning to hold tension without rushing to resolve it. In a polarized world, there is enormous pressure to choose a side quickly and completely. Jung suggested that often the psyche needs time to let opposites speak to one another. Between the urge to condemn and the urge to excuse, a third position may slowly emerge, a more complex, humble understanding that does not fit neatly into slogans. At the same time, he recognized that structures matter. A culture that reduces people to anonymous numbers, that treats them only as consumers or units of labor, creates a vacuum in which extremism thrives. In the absence of shared symbols that can hold difference, people will seek intensity wherever they can find it. Healthy communities, he thought, give room for symbolic life, art, ritual, conversation, where conflicting perspectives can be expressed without demanding absolute victory. For you, listening now, these reflections may raise a personal question. Where in your own life do you feel the pull of ideological certainty? Perhaps in politics, perhaps in religion, perhaps in more subtle identities, professional, moral, or cultural. You may notice moments when disagreement feels threatening, not because the argument is strong, but because it disturbs a fragile sense of who you are. In those moments, Jung would invite a small experiment. Instead of rushing to defend your side, turn inward for a brief time. Ask what fear is stirred here. What hope am I protecting? What part of myself am I trying not to see? You may find that beneath the outer conflict lies an inner one, between your longing for clarity and your awareness that the world is complicated. To live without ideology altogether is probably impossible. We all need frameworks, stories, and loyalties. The question is whether we cling to them in a way that crushes our own soul and the souls of others. Jung's warning about psychic epidemics is ultimately a plea for inward honesty, to notice when we begin to think in absolutes, when we enjoy contempt, when we forget that those we oppose are, like us, struggling with their own unconscious depths. When we can keep that awareness alive, even faintly, a different kind of participation becomes possible. We may still join causes, defend principles, and resist injustice. But we do so as individuals who have looked at least a little into our own darkness. That gaze does not make us pure. It makes us more careful with the temptation to turn our convictions into weapons of the collective shadow. In the slow work of holding this balance between engagement and humility, conviction and self-doubt, we begin to step out of the invisible tides that so often carry history into catastrophe. And we rediscover something fragile yet vital, the capacity to think, feel, and choose as ourselves, even in the midst of powerful storms. Part 18. Controversial perspectives on culture and norms. Amid shifting cultures and rapidly changing norms, it is easy to imagine that psychology stands outside history, calmly observing from a distance. Jung's life is a reminder that this is not true. He was both a profound explorer of the human psyche and a child of his time, shaped by the assumptions, tensions, and blind spots of early 20th century Europe. Nowhere is this more evident than in his reflections on culture, religion, and group identity. Jung believed that beneath individual psychology there are collective patterns. Not only universal archetypes, but also shared styles of consciousness shaped by geography, history, and tradition. This led him to speak about national or cultural psyches, and sometimes about the psychology of specific groups in language that, today, is understandably troubling. He wrote occasionally about supposed differences between, for example, Western and Eastern minds, or between what he called Jewish and non-Jewish psyches. Some of these remarks drew on clinical impressions and historical reflection. Others were entangled with the racialized categories and stereotypes that circulated widely in his era. After the catastrophe of the Second World War and the Holocaust, several of these passages were read and rightly questioned, in the harsh light of what such thinking had helped to justify. It is important to be clear Jung did not advocate persecution, violence, or exclusion. He treated Jewish patients and collaborated with Jewish colleagues. Later in life, he condemned anti-Semitism as a projection of the German shadow onto a vulnerable minority. Yet this does not erase the fact that he at times used essentializing language about ethnic and religious groups, suggesting deep psychic differences that could easily be read as hierarchies of value. For many readers, this raises a disturbing question. How do we hold together the depth of his psychological insights with the narrowness of some of his cultural judgments? One temptation is to defend him uncritically, to insist that he was merely off his time and that any discomfort is oversensitivity. The opposite temptation is to dismiss him entirely, allowing his errors to eclipse his contributions. A Jungian way of approaching this tension might begin by recognizing a familiar pattern, the shadow at work. just as individuals carry disowned traits that reappear in projections, so do thinkers and traditions. Jung, who taught others to see the unconscious biases and fantasies hidden in their perceptions, was not exempt from having his own. In his eagerness to map collective differences, he sometimes slid into speaking about groups as if they were internally uniform and almost fated to certain psychological styles. There is a further difficulty here. Jung's overall project emphasized the importance of myth, symbol, and deep history. He argued that people are not blank slates. We are born into cultural worlds already thick with stories, religious images, and inherited wounds. That insight can be helpful. It reminds us that we do not understand another person simply by knowing their private biography. They also stand within a communal stream. Yet the same insight, if handled carelessly, can harden into a kind of spiritualized essentialism, the idea that members of a given group share some fixed, inner psychological essence. When this happens, real, breathing individuals are overshadowed by abstractions. A complex person becomes, in our imagination, an example of a type. We begin to assume we know their inner life from the label we place on them. Looking back at Jung's controversial comments, we can see this slide at work. His interest in collective patterns sometimes made him underestimate the diversity within any culture, religion, or ethnicity. It also led him to underestimate how much his own vantage point as a Swiss, Christian-shaped European man of a particular class coloured the way he saw others. To acknowledge this is not to brand him simply as a villain. It is to do, on a historical scale, what he asked each of us to do inwardly. To notice our projections, our one-sidedness, our unexamined assumptions. Jung's blind spots can become, in this sense, material for reflection rather than reasons to either cancel or canonize him. There is also a broader issue how we speak about cultural differences at all. On one side, there is the fear that any mention of group patterns will slide into prejudice. On the other, there is the concern that pretending everyone is psychologically identical ignores real histories, traumas, and traditions. Jung tried, sometimes clumsily, to navigate this terrain by arguing that long-term conditions, exile, colonization, religious practice, social marginalization, do leave marks on shared imagination and style of consciousness. Today we might approach that question with more care. Instead of assigning fixed traits to groups, we can ask how specific historical pressures shape common experiences. Instead of saying, "This people is like this," we might say, "Many people shaped by this. History may encounter these psychological challenges. The difference is subtle but crucial. One locks people into a box. The other notices patterns while leaving room for individual variation and change." When it comes to norms about family, gender, sexuality, work or belief, Jung again occupied a complex position. He often spoke in ways that reflect traditional assumptions about men and women, about the role of religion, about the importance of rootedness in a particular culture. Yet he also understood that the psyche is always moving, that what once served life can become a prison, and that symbols and roles must be renewed. Norms for him were double-edged. On one hand, they provide orientation. Shared expectations about behavior help organize society. and give individuals a starting point for identity. On the other hand, when norms are enforced as absolutes, they crush the very individuality. He considered the goal of psychological development. A person may then find themselves torn between loyalty to inherited patterns and fidelity to their own inner unfolding. In your own life, you might feel this tension wherever you experience pressure to conform to an image that does not quite fit. Perhaps around career choices, family roles, religious affiliation, or cultural loyalty. You may also notice within yourself quiet assumptions about other groups, assumptions absorbed from media education or family stories that you have never fully examined. To work with these tensions in a Jungian spirit is not to leap instantly to self-accusation or self-defense, but to become curious. What images of different cultures live in me, and where did they come from? Which norms feel aligned with my deeper sense of life, and which feel dead or oppressive? How do I speak about we and they, and what fantasies hide in that language? Seen this way, Jung's own missteps can serve as a warning and an invitation. They warn us how easy it is, even for an insightful thinker, to mistake a partial view for a deep truth. They invite us to turn the same penetrating gaze he directed at myth and symbol back onto the cultural assumptions that still shape us today. We do not honor his work by defending every statement he made. Nor do we honor the people harmed by racist or essentializing thought by pretending that no serious thinker ever fell into it. Instead, we can let the discomfort remain. We can hold together our appreciation for Jung's contributions with a sober clarity about his failures. Out of that tension, another kind of relationship to his ideas becomes possible. We are no longer disciples repeating a doctrine, nor prosecutors building a final case. We become partners in an unfinished conversation about what it means to be human, particular yet universal, shaped by culture yet not reducible to it, longing for roots yet restless for transformation. In that conversation, norms are not commands from on high, but provisional guides. Cultural differences are not destiny, but context. And each of us is invited to a difficult, ongoing task to become more conscious of the stories we inherit about ourselves and others, so that we are less likely to live them out blindly. From this vantage point, even the most controversial aspects of Jung's legacy point back to his central theme. The unconscious is not only personal. It is collective and historical. It moves in myths, in prejudices, in ideals, in the very language with which we describe one another. To work toward individuation, then, is also to ask whose voice speaks through me when I talk about and them. Which norms do I follow because they are alive, and which because I have never dared to question them? Sitting quietly with these questions, we begin to sense how culture and psyche interweave. And perhaps, slowly, we gain the freedom to carry our traditions forward in a more conscious way, honoring what sustains life and letting go of what keeps us from recognizing one another as complex, unfolding souls. Part 19, Gender Dynamics and Social Order. In families, classrooms, and workplaces, there is often an invisible choreography at play. Certain ways of speaking are praised. Certain forms of strength or softness are quietly encouraged. A boy who cries may feel a room withdraw from him. A girl who speaks too forcefully may feel an invisible chill settle over the table. Most of us learn this choreography long before we can name it. We learn how a man is supposed to move through the world, how a woman is expected to feel, to care, to yield, or to resist. And these lessons do not come only from parents or culture. They seem to reach down into older layers of the psyche. Jung believed that gender was not only a social fact, but an expression of deep inner patterns. For him, the masculine and the feminine were not simply cultural costumes. They were symbolic poles within the psyche itself. In earlier chapters, we touched on these inner figures Anima and Animus. The inner feminine in a man, the inner masculine in a woman. Jung saw them as archetypal, images that balance a one-sided consciousness. A man, he thought, tends to live from a rational, goal-directed, outer-oriented attitude. Within him, the anima carries what has been left out: feeling, relatedness, imagination. A woman, in his view, tends to live from a connective, relational, feeling-oriented stance. Within her, the animus holds what has been neglected: firmness, clarity of idea, impersonal judgment. In this picture, gender dynamics are not only about bodies and roles. They are about how each of us finds wholeness through a dance of opposites inside. Yet Jung did not stop at the inner level. He believed that social order itself was built, in part, on these polarities. He thought that stable families and communities arose when outer roles roughly matched what he saw as inner archetypal tendencies. Men as bearers of structure, law, decision. Women as bearers of relationship, care, atmosphere. From our present vantage point, this sounds both familiar and narrow. Familiar because many people have grown up in precisely this pattern. Narrow because human lives overflow these categories in countless ways. Jung's writing shows an unease whenever those boundaries blur. He worried that if men became too sentimental, too absorbed in feeling, they would lose their paternal authority. If women identified too strongly with hard opinions and combative thinking, he feared they would lose touch with a nurturing, maternal ground. Underneath his language is a basic concern: what happens when the inner masculine and inner feminine are not recognized as inner, when they are simply acted out in the social field, when a man becomes possessed by a wounded anima and collapses into moodiness or passivity, when a woman becomes possessed by a harsh animus and turns every relationship into an argument. For Jung, the answer was not to reverse outer roles. A man did not become whole by becoming outwardly more like the women of his time. A woman did not become whole by imitating the men around her. Instead, he proposed a subtler movement: let the contrasexual archetype be taken back inside. Let a man recognize his need for feeling and tenderness without abandoning his own backbone. Let a woman discover her strength and clarity of mind without having to harden against connection. On this inner level, his insights can still feel quietly true. Every life is marked by some version of this work. The shy person slowly finding voice, the hardened achiever discovering the courage to be soft, the peacemaker learning to set a clear boundary. But when Jung turned from inner dynamics to social norms, he often slid from psychology into prescription. Heterosexual marriage, for him, was not only common but normative. He pictured the union of man and woman as the primary vessel, where these archetypal poles could meet and balance each other in real life. In that framework, other forms of desire were sometimes treated as deviations from a developmental path. He could see intense same-sex love as noble, spiritual, even beautiful. Yet he also interpreted persistent same-sex orientation, especially in men, as evidence that something in the inner dance had stalled, that the anima had not been differentiated, or that some early complex had frozen development in place. To a contemporary ear, this can sound deeply wounding. Many people know their own orientation not as a derailment, but as a simple, given fact of their being. Not as a substitute for wholeness, but as one way, among many, that love and commitment can appear. If we are to walk honestly with Jung, we cannot soften this tension away. He was a man of his time, steeped in assumptions about biology, reproduction, and social continuity. Those assumptions led him to treat heterosexual pairing as the psychological norm, and to see other patterns largely through the lens of adaptation to that norm. The question for us is different. It is not whether we should adopt his social judgments. It is whether we can rescue something more timeless from behind them. One way to do that is to shift our focus from outer arrangements to inner reality. Instead of asking, does this relationship conform to an archetypal ideal of man and woman? We might ask, how alive is the dialogue of opposites within each person here? Is there growth in self-knowledge? Is there a movement toward balance between action and receptivity, thought and feeling, autonomy and connection? From this angle, a same-sex couple may enact a deeply creative negotiation of masculine and feminine energies, both between them and within each partner. A heterosexual couple may repeat rigid, inherited roles with very little consciousness at all. The archetypal language of masculine and feminine can still be useful, but it stops functioning as a checklist for legitimacy. The same shift can be made with gender more broadly. Rather than treating biological sex as the final word on inner reality, we can see it as one way that the psyche clothes itself in the world. Bodies matter. Hormones and chromosomes shape experience in profound ways. But the psyche does not always line up neatly with the categories a culture prefers. History and anthropology show a wide range of gender expressions and roles. Some societies have ritual spaces for people who do not fit neatly into a binary. Others have rigid codes, yet still produce individuals whose inner life pushes against those lines. Jung's own theory can be stretched here in ways he might not have anticipated. If every person carries both masculine and feminine archetypal patterns, then the exact way those patterns appear in a life may vary far more than he assumed. The task of individuation would not be to fit oneself into a pre-assigned mold, but to discover how these energies wish to arrange themselves uniquely in you. This brings us back to social order. Jung believed that norms, roles, and institutions are not arbitrary. He saw them as crystallizations of the collective unconscious. Traditions, in his view, are places where archetypal wisdom has slowly taken form. Family structures, rituals of marriage, patterns of authority. These, for him, are ways the psyche protects itself from chaos. There is something to this. Without shared expectations, it is hard to raise children, to coordinate work, to navigate intimacy. A culture where everything is fluid and negotiable all the time may leave people disoriented and anxious. At the same time, Jung warned of another danger. When social order becomes too rigid, it crushes individuation. People stop listening to their own depths. They live only through persona, the social mask that wins approval. In that state, they are more easily swept into collective movements, more willing to hand over their responsibility to institutions or leaders. So there is a tension. On one side, the need for stable forms that hold life together. On the other, the need for inner truth, which sometimes asks us to depart from inherited scripts. Gender norms sit right at the center of this tension. For some, traditional roles feel like a home. They offer clarity, a sense of continuity, a recognizable shape in which love can unfold. For others, the same roles feel like a prison. They demand daily self-betrayal. They trigger depression, rage, or a numbing of desire. An honest depth psychology cannot answer this tension once and for all. What it can do is invite you to notice how these dynamics live in you. What kind of gendered expectations were woven into your childhood? How did you learn that a real man or a real woman should behave? Which of those lessons have you outgrown, and which still cling to you like an invisible costume? When you feel drawn to break a norm, what moves in you? Is it a shallow rebellion, or the voice of a deeper self that cannot tolerate falseness anymore? When you cling to a tradition, is it out of fear, or a genuine sense that something precious would be lost if that form disappeared? Jung's language around gender and sexuality is often cramped by his own time. Yet his broader intuition that social order rests on deep, symbolic patterns, and that each life must find its own way of living them, still opens a space for reflection. You do not have to accept his hierarchy of roles. You do not have to share his judgments about whose love is more complete. But you might still ask, what are the inner masculine and feminine like in me? Where have I identified with one pole and exiled the other? How do the norms around me support or hinder the slow work of individuation? To live these questions is already to take a step beyond both blind conformity and blind revolt. It is to recognize that gender is at once biological, cultural, and deeply symbolic. Social order, too, is not a simple enemy or friend. It is a moving boundary within which the human soul tries to become itself. Our task is not to destroy that boundary nor to worship it. It is to participate as consciously as we can in its ongoing transformation. Modern minds tend to trust what can be measured, tested, and repeated. When we hear words like archetype or collective unconscious, part of us may lean forward with curiosity, while another part quietly crosses its arms. Where exactly is this collective unconscious? How could we ever know that archetypes are real and not just poetic metaphors? In Jung's own time, biology was already reshaping how people thought about human nature. Evolution by natural selection had shown that the body is the result of countless generations of adaptation. Our eyes, our hands, our fear of falling, all emerged because Across deep time, they helped some of our ancestors survive and reproduce more successfully than others. Jung intuited that the psyche, too, had a history. He spoke of archetypes as forms that had been shaped over vast stretches of time, just as instincts had. He imagined that the human mind did not begin as a blank slate, but as a patterned field predisposed to experience certain situations, in certain ways mother and child, hunter and prey, stranger and friend, birth and death. For much of the 20th century, these ideas were admired by some, dismissed by others, and mostly left hovering in a grey zone between science and myth. In recent decades, however, there have been renewed attempts to bring Jung's vision into conversation with evolutionary thinking. One way to picture this is to start with something simple, a baby reaching for its mother. Across cultures, newborns orient toward faces. They seek closeness, warmth, a voice, a heartbeat. Mothers and other caregivers, in turn, are drawn to certain cues: large eyes, helpless crying, soft skin. We do not learn these responses from a manual. They come online almost automatically. From an evolutionary perspective, this makes sense. Any species whose young need years of care to survive will be shaped by selection pressures that favor strong, reliable attachment. Over time, patterns that support bonding on both sides become woven into the nervous system. Here some contemporary thinkers see a bridge to Jung. Perhaps the mother archetype is not a floating mythic image, but a cluster of inherited tendencies to perceive certain stimuli as nurturing or threatening, to respond with comfort or fear, to organize our sense of safety around a caregiving figure. Under this view, archetypes are not fixed pictures in the brain, but predispositions. They are like deep grooves in a landscape, channels along which experience tends to flow. When a particular life situation arises, falling in love, entering conflict, facing a crisis, those predispositions shape how we interpret and respond to it. Ethologists who study animal behavior have long described innate, releasing mechanisms, built-in circuits that are activated by specific cues. A certain movement or sound releases a whole pattern of action, a mating dance, a threat display, a feeding behavior. Some modern Jungian thinkers borrow this language. They suggest that human archetypes function somewhat like complex releasing systems for meaning. A mythic pattern is activated not only by an external cue, but also by an inner readiness. A story of the hero resonates because somewhere in us, a neural and symbolic readiness to respond, to challenge, has been laid down by evolution. Extending this idea, others draw on evolutionary psychology, which studies how recurrent problems faced by our ancestors might have shaped specific mental modules. The need to choose mates, to form alliances, to detect cheaters, to avoid contamination, these are not random concerns. They have direct consequences for survival and reproduction. From this angle, archetypes could be seen as the felt, symbolic surface of these evolved problem-solving systems. The trickster, for instance, might correspond to our complex responses to deception, rule breaking, and unexpected shifts in the social game. The shadow might echo our evolved tendencies to project unwanted traits onto others as a way of managing hierarchy and group cohesion. These attempts to reframe Jung in evolutionary terms have several aims. First, they hope to rescue his ideas from the charge of mysticism. If archetypes can be understood as expressions of evolved brain structure, then they are not ghostly entities hovering outside nature. They are part of our biological heritage. Second, they offer a way to test, at least indirectly, some Jungian claims. If a proposed archetype reflects a truly universal, evolutionarily relevant pattern, we might expect to find it echoed across cultures in stories, dreams, and behaviors. We might also expect to find neural systems that correspond, even roughly, to its domain of concern, systems for attachment, threat detection, dominance, cooperation, and so on. Third, they invite a more dynamic picture of individuation. Instead of imagining the self as a purely spiritual process unfolding above biology, we can see it as an emergent property of evolved systems interacting with one another across a lifetime. The drive for growth, for coherence, for a meaningful story of who we are, these may be built on ancient foundations, but they also introduce a new level of freedom and creativity. At their best, these reintegrations restore something that was always present in Jung, a sense that psyche and nature are not enemies. For him, the soul was rooted in the body, and the body in the earth. Dreams about animals, forests, oceans, and deserts were not just private symbols, but echoes of our long evolutionary history. Still, there are limits to how neatly Jung can be folded into modern evolutionary science. Natural selection cares about what works in the narrow sense of survival and reproduction. It does not care whether an experience feels meaningful from the inside. Yet Jung's entire project centers on meanings, on how a dream image, a synchronistic event, or a religious experience can transform the orientation of a life. If we explain archetypes only as adaptive problem solvers, we risk flattening them. The image of the wise old man, for instance, could be reduced to a survival benefit gained from learning from elders. There is some truth in that. But it leaves out the inner quality of such encounters, the awe, the humility, the sudden sense that one's personal story has been put into a wider frame. There is also the danger of what some critics call just so stories, plausible evolutionary tales that cannot truly be tested. It is tempting to say that a given fear, desire, or symbol must have evolved because it helped our ancestors. Without careful evidence, though such claims remain speculation dressed in scientific language. Jung himself might have welcomed the effort to ground his ideas in biology while still resisting any reduction of psyche to mechanism. For him, the psyche had its own laws and purposes. It was continuous with nature, but not exhausted by functional explanations. So perhaps a more fruitful approach is not to choose between Jung and evolution, but to let them speak to one another in a kind of dialogue. From evolution, we learn humility. We are reminded that our noblest aspirations and darkest impulses are shaped, in part, by forces older than humanity itself. Our attraction to certain faces, our fear of certain sounds, our quick judgments about who is safe or dangerous, these do not arise in a vacuum. They carry the weight of countless ancestral choices. From Jung, we learn to take the inner shape of these tendencies seriously. Evolution may have given us a nervous system tuned to threats. Jung asks, what myth does your threat system live in? Is every disagreement felt as a battle with an enemy? Is every authority figure cast as a punishing father? Is every stranger unconsciously burdened with your own rejected shadow? Evolutionary thinking helps explain why some patterns are so stubborn. Jungian thinking helps us imagine how those patterns might be transformed. There is also a consoling side to this synthesis. If some of your struggles are rooted in evolved predispositions toward anxiety, for instance, or towards seeking approval from the group, they are not simply personal failures. They are part of being a creature whose ancestors survived by being wary, by caring what others thought, by staying alert to rejection. At the same time, evolution equips us not only with reflexes, but with plasticity, the capacity to change, to learn, to reorganize our responses in light of new experience. Jung's individuation is one way of talking about this. It is the long, uneven process by which an inherited psyche gradually becomes a unique person. Archetypes in this blended view are like inherited languages. They set the basic grammar of human experience: fear and courage, love and loss, exile and homecoming. But what you say with that grammar, what story you build out of those ancient words, is not pre-written. Seeing archetypes as evolved tendencies does not rob them of their mystery. It roots that mystery in flesh and time. It suggests that when you dream of crossing a dark forest, or of standing at the edge of a vast sea, you are not just manufacturing images. You are touching patterns that have guided living beings for millions of years. And when you sit with those images, asking what they want from you now, you are doing something that no other animal, as far as we know, can do. You are bringing reflective awareness into the very circuits that evolution blindfolded into being. In that act, science and depth psychology quietly meet. The one reminds you that you are a product of nature. The other reminds you that you can become a partner in how nature continues itself through you. You do not need to solve, once and for all, whether archetypes live in genes, neurons, stories, or all three. It may be enough for now to feel their double aspect. On one side, they are ancient strategies for negotiating life's recurring challenges. On the other, they are the living symbols through which your particular life finds meaning. To hold both is to stand, for a moment, where Jung often stood at the edge between biology and myth, between matter and imagination. It is from that edge that the final questions of this journey begin to come into views. What kind of creature am I, that I can inherit a world of instincts and yet ask what they mean? And how might that question itself be part of the long, unfinished story of evolution becoming conscious of itself?